Hey everybody, welcome here to Pop Culture Philosophers. In fact, it's time for Rockin Robbie Live. In fact, again, it's time for a Teen Dog Shades night of Rockin Robbie Live. That's right, we haven't done one of these since June, so we might as well do one right now, right? Actually, July? June, yes. Anyway, we had the three-piece. Anyway, how are you guys doing? I am super excited to be here for a Teen Dog Shades night. We'll be talking about what's coming up in comic shops this week. We'll be talking about the best comic books of last week. We'll be talking about what's coming up here at PCP this week and the following week. And we'll be doing some other fun, crazy stuff. Of course, we'll be talking about DC Fandome. We got a whole segment dedicated to that. And we'll be chatting about it. The Batman trailer and Wonder Woman and Black Adam and Suicide Squad and all that jazz. But welcome. Thank you for being here with us tonight. I do want to say you can find podcasts and more at popculturephilosophers.com. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheRockinRobbie. You can follow Pop Culture Philosophers on Facebook and on Instagram. And if you're on Facebook, you might as well join the PCP Army, the official Pop Culture Philosophers Facebook group. You can find links to all that stuff in the description down below. And you can help support the channel at patreon.com/PCP like these fine people right here. I'm excited to be here. It's a Teen Dog Shades night. Throw your shades on. You know what that means. We're getting deep. We're getting crazy tonight. Once you get in here, let me know that you're here. We already got a lot of conversation going, I see. What's up, Jesse? What's up, Atari? What's up, Billy? CMA Thunder? Thunder Rose. What's up, Bruce? What's up, Eric? What's up, Sam Fit? What's up, Fable? What's up, Two Gun? Taki, how are you doing? 1-2 Comic Talk. What's up? What's up, Ruben? What's up, Russell? What's up, Cags? What's up, Hamburger Basket? Hell yeah, we got a lot of people in here. Once you get in here, get some questions, get some thoughts, get some stuff going. Let's keep the conversation going. This show is driven, fueled, if you will, by your questions, comments, thoughts, and concerns. And we're going to have a grand old time here in the Huntsville Attic tonight. I guarantee that. So, we're going to kick off with the first 6. So, we've been going through the Marvel Universe Series 1 trading cards, right? Trading cards. So that is what we're going to deal with. So it just so happens, as synchronicity allows, that the next 6 to show, which will be the first 6, are the final 6 of the villains. So let's take a look at that. First up, we got Mandarin. That's a really weird look for Mandarin, isn't it? Yeah, not the Mandarin I usually think about. There's the High Evolutionary. Really like this character. In fact, when I was doing the hip-hop thing, I was known as Contact the High Revolutionary. We've got Mephisto right there. Look at that. Ruler in hell. Just man-spreading like crazy. We got Thanos. Got to have a Thanos card, right? Especially in 1990. And then we got Apocalypse. Look at that beautiful Apocalypse card. That's Art Adams right there. And then we wrap it all up with Red Skull. Yeah, that's the last one. Red Skull. Look at that. So there you go. First 6 from the Marvel Universe Series 1 Trading Cards 1990. So there you go. What's coming up here at PCP? Well, upcoming this week, Thursday night. Thursday night at 8 p.m. Central Time. The Best Comics of the Month stream. We'll be here on the Pop Culture Philosophers channel. I'll be joined by Bob from Everything Comics, Dylan from Dylan's Comics, and Bueller from Comics with Bueller. So we will be live discussing our favorite comic books of the month. We do this every single month, and it's finally come back around to being here on the PCP channel, and I'm very excited to be hosting this week. Lots of fun, exciting things. The very next night on Friday at 9 p.m. Central Time, we'll be doing a live movie review of Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. That's right, we're building our way up to Bill and Ted Face the Music. We're having a lot of fun. And a couple more things. The following Monday, so next Monday, not tomorrow, but the following Monday, we'll have Zach from Comics Bookcase here on the channel, chatting live, talking about his upcoming comic book. It's on Kickstarter right now. Speaking of Kickstarter, the following Thursday, I'll be joined by David Pepose, who is the writer of a brand new book called The OZ. It's on Kickstarter right now. I've backed it. It looks amazing. David, of course, is the writer of Spencer and Locke, Going to the Chapel. a fantastic dude, and I'm excited to have him on the channel to chat with all of us. So no Yankees games this weekend, but the Lakers have managed to pull the next 2 games away from Portland, and I'm very excited about that. Well, thank you, Two Gun. I enjoy the hell out of the Best Comics of the Month stream as well. It's one of my favorite things to do. Oh, it looks like we got Herminio in the house. What's up, my man? We also got David Hatch in the building. What's up, man? What's up? Two Gun says, I have a set of these cards. Yeah, man. They're great. They really take me back. I have a lot of fun with those cards and reminiscing and remembering and all that kind of stuff. Scarpad, what's up? He says, I don't know. The scene in the trailer, talking about Batman, where they show Pattinson as Wayne with the eyes black, he had more of a Crow vibe. I saw that and I was like, he does kind of look like the Crow there. But, Batman wears at least in films, he wears the black makeup, so I thought it looked great. We'll be talking about that a whole lot more. I see some people didn't, and that's fine. That's always fine, but to me, it really, really blew me away. I thought it was really, really freaking cool. CMA Thunder says, best comic of the month, Ice Cream Man. It's definitely a contender. I'll tell you that one for sure. Tyler says, the answer to the riddle is he lies still. Yes. What happens when a liar dies or something like that? He lies still. Yeah, I saw that online, so that's super cool. What's up, Brian? What's up, Nick? How's everybody doing? I'm doing great. Wasn't feeling the greatest this afternoon, but it seems like I'm fine now. Hopefully. You throw on the shades, and everything just gets better. What's up, Slow Flow Jim? What's up, J Streak? Pop, pop. He says, what's up, PCP Army? Happy Teen Dog Shades night. Yeah. It's time to do another solo one, right? We'll be talking about some things. And anything you want to. So you guys know what is up with the Teen Dog Shades nights. I am open to discuss any thoughts and theories and ideas about any of that kind of Teen Dog Shady type stuff. We're talking about UFOs, aliens, mysteries, ancient civilizations, some conspiracy theories, things like that, right? Stuff like that. No Love for Dead Body Road. It's a great book. I got to read the first one before I read the second one. This is a sequel to another book, so I've never read the first one, so I'm not going to read the new one without reading the first one. David says, hey, Herminio, I'm getting closer to that video of my collection you asked about. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Pretty cool. He's been working hard getting it in order, I know. Or at least all visible. I think so. What's up, David? David says, that Michael Keaton Batman figure in the background is too sexy. Yes, it is. Look at that. See, I like that Batman trailer so much. If you notice, I put Batman, Penguin, and the Riddler. Plus, we got Pablo back there. Hell yeah. I have gotten the details about the new battle draft on Everything Comics. It's going to be the Battle of Hell's Kitchen. He's got this whole scenario. That's definitely right in my wheelhouse because that's what I've been treating these as. And I'm very excited. When he first gave me the topic and the scenario, I immediately came up with my team. I think I got a good one. We'll see. We'll see. Let's talk regular boards in silver bags. Me personally, not a fan of that. No, there's too much room. They kind of slide around. I don't like that. I do all mine. I watch of course, I watch comics or the Coffee and Comics show with Bueller and Bob on Comics with Bueller. In fact, a brand new episode will be debuting tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Central Time. This is going to be a good conversation. They're going to be talking about has it gone too far? My simple answer is yeah. But they were talking about comic book supplies and how people take care of their comics. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm just not that guy. Like, it's simple to me. I just get Ultra Pro comic bags, Modern Age, and boards. 2 pieces of tape. Put them in a short box. Alphabetize. That's me. I'm not one of those. I know a lot of people are into like Mylars, or they get these specific bags and this and that, and not at all. Not at all. I'm just regular bags and boards. They've always served me right. They've never failed me in over 30 years of reading and collecting comics, so I see no reason to change. Spend more money. Though, you know, whatever you're into, more power to you. So whatever makes you feel good. Yeah, y'all's Knicks did get shit on in Avengers by Jason Aaron. That was so funny. Did you see the cosmonaut who caught the UFO fleet leaving Earth the other night? No, I haven't seen anything about that. That's interesting. I'll have to check that out. See what that's all about. Oh yeah, Fable's a Knicks fan as well. There you go. Yeah, Jason Aaron put this thing in the latest issue of Avengers where Jennifer's trying to Hulk out. She's like, think of things that make you angry. And one of the things was the New York Knicks. And then even at another point when she's fighting as She-Hulk, she thinks to herself, seriously, when are the Knicks ever going to be good? It's funny. Yeah, 8th pick. Yeah, you know. It is what it is. Y'all funny. Russell says, last week was great for new comics. Batman Decorum, Gideon Falls, Red Sonja, so good. We'll be taking a look at what's coming up in comic shops this week. But first, let's rewind. And what was your favorite comic book of last week? What was your pick of the week? Well, my pick of the week was Decorum. Decorum issue number 4. And I freaking love this. Hey, we got a super chat. We'll get right back to this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, number 1 Drama Queen. We really do appreciate the support here. Decorum, number 4, was my pick of the week. This book has levels of innovation that you just don't see on a comic book page. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Hickman fanboy, which I am. But Mike Huddleston's artwork is gorgeous. And it goes from these very elaborate, cosmic, luscious scenes to really stripped down, interesting stuff, but each kind of sequence of pages, each scene has its own style that's being brought to it. And it flows, and it works, and it is absolutely freaking fantastic. It's a well thought out world. It's got beautiful, innovative artwork. I just don't see anything on the shelves like this. And yet again, Decorum made the pick of the week because of it. I love this book. This may be an early contender. Let's be honest. This is an early contender to my favorite book of the year. We'll see what happens, though. We'll have to see what happens. So what was your favorite comic book of last week? You know, I did get a lot of shit from some people. Not many. But some people were kind of blown away that I didn't pick Thor number 6. And then when I released my top 10 video on Thursday morning, more people were even blown away that I had Thor at number 3 and not at number 1 or even 2. I loved Thor number 6, all right? And I think that it set up a really exciting future for Donny Cates' work on the title. And I thought it was a great, bombastic finale of his first Thor story arc. But y'all, I've been reading these comic books for a long, long time, okay? And some of the stuff in there that is mind-blowing and was very well done, I've seen done before. I haven't seen it executed quite so monumentously, but a lot of this stuff I've seen before. You kind of, especially when you're into superhero comic books, you kind of see the same ideas come and go. Now, Donnie, not saying that he's taken from other people. That's just the way of storytelling, right? But I loved it. But like the Galactus stuff that happened in there, I mean, I've seen that before. Now, this seems like it was presented in a much more like, whoa, oh shit kind of way, and I loved it for it. I loved Thor number 6. And it was number 3, which that's pretty freaking high if you honestly think about it. But I think Decorum and Gideon Falls just have a level of innovation to them. A level of newness, especially Decorum, that just, it's going to be hard for any comic to pick up in that. But I love Thor number 6. I thought it was dope as hell. So what was y'all's favorite pick of the week? Taki says, Gideon Falls, but Thor 6, man. Absolutely. Hamburger Basket says, I'm behind. My pick of the week is Grit. Grit number 1 is really good. We got issue number 2 coming out this week. Jorge says, yeah, Gideon Falls was a freaking page turner for reals, and Thor all day. CMA Thunder said, Decorum, but it's got me so puzzled again. Thor 6 was right there too. I'm not super confused by what's going on in Decorum. You basically have the assassins, then you've got the Church of the Singularity, and then you got these people with this seed thing. So you really only have these 3 ideas moving around. It seems more complex than the actual story is because there's so much world building. But if you're starting to get lost in it, just go back and reread it because it's a little difficult to follow, like just on the surface, but just it will reward multiple readings. 100%. Metal Mike says Thor 6. Eric says Thor 6. Jorge says, can't forget about Batman. Jay Strick said, yeah, I caught up on Decorum today. Holy shit. LOL. It's like, I think I know what's going on, but then the next issue hits and blows me away. Artwork is dope. Yeah, it is. Jorge says, Decorum is amazing. Metal Mike says, we only find them when they're dead. The book's not out yet, so it can't be your pick of the week. But a lot of people have already started getting early looks. I got one in the inbox, but I haven't read it yet. But I am very excited for that one coming out. I'm loving watching Batman trip balls, says Comic Book Therapy. Yeah, Batman's having his own Teen Dog Shades night, ain't he? Russell says, might be Decorum as well. I need to check out Cates' Thor, though. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. The problem is the speculators have built that thing up so much that, like, it's hard for people. I have people that have straight up dropped the book, and I've even had one person say they're done with comic books because they're tired of coming into the shop and not being able to get the book that they're looking for. Though we had plenty of Thor number 6s for everybody this week. We ordered very heavy on that. I'm glad we did. Glad we did. Hermanio says, my shop was shorted Decorum 4, but it's all good. I'm really not liking it that much. Sorry, Robbie. You don't have to apologize to me. I didn't create it. To each their own, buddy. Thor number 6 was awesome, he says. Bruce says that last page is tied to Marvel Zombies and Thanos wins. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Hello, everyone. What's up, Samuel? How are you doing? What's the other thing on Thanos' arm? You know, I just recently, this weekend, I did a reread of all the Donny Cates Venom stuff. Just reread it all again with Absolute Carnage without the tie-ins, and it works so much better just to go from Venom directly into Absolute Carnage, then back into Venom and ignore all the other stuff. It read so much better. So very excited about that. But I think it's null related maybe, or maybe it's like the Death Gem. That's something that has existed in other realities, so why not here? Maybe if he had something like a Death Gem, then that would make sense, especially as to why he can command an army of Marvel zombies. But I guess we'll find out later on in Cates' run, possibly. David Hatch says, what was your biggest gut punch comic, Mr. Robbie Dogshades? You mean like what comic book in my life, the one comic book has given me the biggest gut punch? Two immediately spring to mind. One is when Sue in Fantastic Four loses Valeria. Like, this is, like, Valeria is obviously now a character, and she's, fully formed and fleshed out and everything, but that was because they brought her back at the end of the Jeff Loeb, Carlos Pacheco run, and then it got expanded on in the Claremont run, but in particular for me in the Hickman run. But there's an issue. I'm pretty sure it's a John Byrne issue, but it's the one where Sue's pregnant. She had conceived the child in the negative zone, and there were complications due to that. And Reed tried everything he could, and they lost the baby. And that was a really gut-punchy moment. The other one, let's be honest, man, it was the death of Superman. The death of Superman got me when I was a kid and I read that, man. You fold out that extra gatefold, and it's just like, no. But yeah, those are the two that immediately pop into my head. Tacky says Nightwing and Catwoman were good. Fable loves Gideon Falls. David wants to know, you getting that new Mega Man book? I mean, I might check it out. I like playing the Mega Man games on NES. I don't know much about the lore of the story, but I'll check it out. If it does its job, then I'll like it. Samuel says Thor, but I also liked Hotel. Hotel was really, really good. Eric says Gideon Falls, Die, and Savage Dragon and Hotel. Alexander says, do you think Jim Lee's time in DC Comics is coming to an end? No. Jim Lee is a great face for that company. I saw him on a couple of the Fandome panels yesterday. He always wanted to have more of the... When he got hired on as publisher, the agreement was that he would be teamed up with somebody else. That somebody else would be running the business side of things, and he would basically be kind of like the face and running the creative direction of it. So that's more what he's comfortable with. He's back more into that role. He's no longer publisher. He's now CCO. And he's being teamed up and partnered with this new general manager that's coming in, and they're going to be the ones that actually make more of those kind of managerial decisions. So I think that they're going to keep him around for a while. Did y'all hear about Bob Harris, though? Yeah, so Bob Harris, we know he's part of those layoffs, and they're meant to, like, work their last couple months out. He's just like, nah, screw y'all, I'm out. And to be honest, I think that the whole drama that happened at DC, the so-called quote-unquote bloodbath, I believe that that's one of the reasons that led them to decide to split the DC Fandome into two separate weekends. Because originally it was going to be one 24-hour stream, and it was going to be the movies and the TV shows and the video games, as well as the comic book side of things. And now the comic book side of stuff is not happening till like September 12th or something like that, day after Horror Fest begins. Just so everybody knows. Jay Strick says, I really enjoyed Shadow Service, Once and Future, and Hotel this week. Yeah, great ones. Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists was good too. Yeah, it really was. I was very impressed with that one. S Squared, what's up? Decorum, man. You know it. CMA Thunder says, Atlantis also stands out for me. The Atlantis rolls. I feel like I'm going to sing tonight at some point. I've already started. Oh. Robbie, there's an alien behind you and he doesn't look happy, or does he? No, he is happy. He's fine. This is Pablo. He's a good friend of ours here at PCP, a member of the Excitable PCP crew. He just got a little gun. You see that? That little gun. But he may not look happy, but he is happy. He mostly, like most aliens, extraterrestrials. He's not an extraterrestrial, though, so I don't need to call him an alien. He's an ultra-dimensional, ultra-terrestrial. He's an extraterrestrial. He comes from other dimensions. And he communicates like most ultra-terrestrials do through telepathy. So he doesn't need the facial expression. You just get this sense of wellness when he's around. And you know that he's doing good. Since DC Comics said there will be a Static Shock movie, who would you cast as Static? I have no idea about that. I don't know. Will Smith's kid? I don't know. I have no idea. I do not keep up with a lot of modern movies, so I can't even think of anybody right now that would be age appropriate for that. How about Kevin Hart? Oh, Lordy. What's up, Ricky? How are you doing? Donald Glover's too old for Static. Yeah, I would agree with that. He's too old for Miles, too. Clarence just finished Superman Man of Tomorrow. You talking about the comic book? Or are you talking about the animated movie? Is the animated movie out yet? I know it's coming. But is it out yet? It may. I don't know. See, I fell out of the DC animated stuff, too. I've been so focused on damn Horror Fest and Bill and Ted that who cares about anything else coming out? Even though Tenet's, like, literally right around the corner. Literally. Nah, his name is Hellboy. Okay, okay. See, he's got it bumping around in my head now. S Squared is enjoying Green Lantern, New Guardians, New 52, Kyle Rayner run. Ah. I tried getting into that one. It just didn't really do much for me, and I jumped out of it. But maybe I should check it out again. This guy had some interesting concepts. Ricky says, I'm probably mad late, but I just started reading Gung Ho. So far, a good read, and the artwork is dope, too. I really like the artwork in that book. First issue didn't grab me, and I never went back to it. Maybe I need to. What's up, Brett? My man, Brett Hales up in here. He says, I just reread Mountainhead 1 through 4. So freaking great. Can't wait till it continues. Yes, I cannot wait. We got one more issue left. Give it to me. Come on. Put it out there. I'm ready. I'm ready. Did you say that your alien rode shotgun with you for a while? Yes. Pablo, the ultra-terrestrial, did ride shotgun in my car for a few weeks. He was seatbelted into the passenger side, and I had some comments from people that they had to do double takes when they were like, there's an alien in that car with Robbie. So the movie is out. I gotcha. It is out digitally, so I'll have to check that out soon. Actually, I did watch Lovecraft Country. I watched it last night, watched the first episode, and we're actually going to be talking about it later on. And I'll be talking about the Batman trailer too. We're just getting things ramping up. But I liked the Batman trailer a lot. As I stated in the weekly pop culture wrap-up, I had a lot of fun with that one. I have read the Red Lantern stuff. I read more of the Red Lanterns than I have the New Guardians. I kept up with that for a while, dropped out, and then when they brought in Guy Gardner, I started checking it out. Yep, new episode tonight of Lovecraft Country. Clarence says not what he was expecting. So, I didn't even watch the trailer for it. I know Lobo's in it. But is Superman Man of Tomorrow like its own thing, or is it based on the Azzarello Lee book? I'm a little unclear on that. Jay Strick says, yeah, it scared the shit out of me walking into work one day talking about old Pablo. Pablo. Year Zero Volume 2 coming. Hope they do a Hotel 2. I'm pretty sure they will, or at least that's what John Lees wants to do, because he was on Twitter and he's like, the end for now. So that's super, super cool. Hey, Mikey, thank you so much with the super chat. Just got home from my last day at the most stressful job I've had. Perfect time to get drunk on a Shades night. Buddy, good luck. And I am really, really appreciative of your support of the channel. Thank you so much. Yeah, what's his name? Let me tell you about this little man I know. His name is Hellboy. He was sent to the earth some long time ago. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Yeah. Thank you, Mikey. I'm glad I got to do that. I was waiting for the second Joker video to like pop the Hellboy up. Now we got Hellboy involved. What emoji are you going to use for Hellboy, Herminio? Surely there's some kind of devil or a stone fist, right hand of doom, something like that, right? Thank you, Mikey. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you go on to bigger and better things and less stressful jobs in your future. Jay Strick knew that was coming. I was like, dude, I just put a Hellboy in the Joker video. I was so damn excited. Yeah, and I still haven't cut the damn song out. Ugh. I should do that. Should do that. What were we talking about? Someone had a good question. What are your top 3 to 5 current comic book series right now? I get asked this a few times. Sometimes the answers differ because it's just whatever's off the dome. Off the dome. Gideon Falls. Ice Cream Man. Something is Killing the Children Once and Future Red Mother. The Plot. And if you want to throw in Marvel and DC. At DC, my favorite ongoing title right now is Flash. But that may change soon. And my favorite ongoing title at Marvel right now is Venom. Followed by Daredevil and Thor. Those ones are really, really solid. At DC, aside from Flash, I really like some of the... Well, I'm liking Batman right now. I'm really liking most of the DC Black Label stuff. But that's all miniseries usually. Strange Adventures is still going, and that's a really great book. And, loving the death metal still. 100%. I do have the Cat in the Hat cover for this month's Ice Cream Man. eBay's going crazy, huh? Interesting. Still going to keep it, though. I love the hell out of that cover. That's a great one. That's a great book, too. I don't even have every issue of Ice Cream Man. But here lately, I've been picking up some random ones of just great covers. Mike Mattress, what's up? He says, oh, snap. Finally made a live stream. How goes it, good peoples? It goes great here. Mike, good to see you. Glad you got to join us. His name is Hellboy. Who else got that Cat in the Hat Ice Cream Man cover? What's it going for right now? Just curious. Just curious. Maybe one day I'll put it in a PCP mystery box or something. Ugh. I moved out the keyboard in the room. Now I got this big empty area here. I've been thinking about what to do. We've got the new set out there. We're ordering the shelves. They should be in the next... It's going to take a while to get them delivered here from IKEA or whatever. We still got to get some lights and other things, but I got a desk. I think I'm going to move the desk over there so that the background on a live stream would actually be almost like the background. This thing? But I don't know. I haven't committed yet. I was going to do that this week. I was going to rearrange this, and then I didn't. Then I didn't. $20 on average. Horror Man 36, you paid $20 for that? Oh man, I hate that you had to pay so much for it. There's a second print coming that's what is that cover? It's another Dr. Seuss parody. That one's going to be hot as well, I'm fairly certain. What did you think of the Dollhouse Family ending in Basket Full of Heads? S Squared, I love the ending to both of them. We got the ending of Plunge this week. And then that's the official end of Hill House Comics for now. Hopefully one day it will pop back up. Ricky says they changed the art in TMNT Last Ronin. Yeah, and it's been delayed till the end of October because of it. Apparently, they did not dig on some of the reaction people had from that ash can that they gave out. You're right, I forgot Suicide Squad again. I'm just not accustomed to saying Suicide Squad is one of my favorite comic books ever since New 52. Before that was great. There was that 12-issue series. I had Sergeant Rock in it. It was post Our Worlds at War. Really like that, so I have every issue of it, actually. And then the original stuff with John Ostrander. Big fan of that. And one of the things that I'm most excited for with the James Gunn Suicide Squad movie is that on the DC Fandome panel, he talked about even reaching out to Ostrander to talk to him. And he said that he's viewing this movie as his sequel to that comic book series. And wow, I think that's going to be freaking cool. Ricky, I don't know if the art was that bad. I remember flipping through it and thinking it looked okay. Kind of comparable to a lot of modern day Turtles art. But I think that as this book was going, those orders, man, they were hitting higher and higher and higher. And I think they were like, oh shit, we got a real hit on our hands. And I think they want to kind of just make sure that it's going to be something special. I do not have any Thundercats figures. I want a Lion-O and a Mumra for sure. And I want the transformation chamber. But the Mumra transformation chamber, I had a lot when I was a kid, but I definitely want at least those two. But they're pretty expensive, and obviously I buy expensive toys sometimes, but my vintage heart hasn't gotten me to do that yet. I'd be more excited to get more Silverhawks because I have just a handful of Silverhawks. In fact, I only have 3. Yeah, Quicksilver, Flashback, and Monstar. Oh no, I got the Bull Dude too. I got 4 Silverhawks figures. Should just have Eastman on the art. Well, Eastman is like doing the finishes or the breakdowns or something. He is part of the art team, as far as I'm aware. Weird stretch, Strickland. Look at him bragging. Hey y'all, Robbie and I have read 3 Jokers. I promise you're going to want to pick that shit up. Totally worth the wait. You heard it from him. Don't just take his word for it, though. I read 3 Jokers, -- I actually took the weekend off of work. And as soon as I found out that we had gotten the UCS shipment, I went to work to get that damn 3 Jokers. Straight up. Well, we got it on Thursday. I knew it was already there, but I wasn't going to open it. But when I found out that they were all opened and counted, I immediately went to work, grabbed it, came home and read it. Haven't read the other DC stuff yet, which I usually have read at this point. But it's been a busy weekend. And I read 3 Jokers. And I really liked it. I talked about it in the second half of the Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure review. But it's brutal. It doesn't answer your questions as to how there are 3 Jokers. But it's straight up, there are 3 Jokers. And it's... Jeff Johns had said that this book is going to be exploring the physical and mental scars left on 3 particular Bat family members, being Bruce, Jason, and Barbara, left by each individual Joker. And that's exactly what they did in the first one. It's dark. It was fun, and it had a really cool ending that was rather exciting. So they don't get into the particulars of how there are 3 Jokers. What if they don't? That kind of bothered me. There's a hint in there that I'm kind of like, is it something that simple? My theory still is standing for me. My theory is that these obviously are Jokers that represent different eras in DC history, Golden Age, Silver Age, Modern Age, if you will. And I think somehow they just make it through the crisis events, the crises. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see. Y'all, this new monster, by the way, Ultra Fiesta, this shit is the truth. It's like mango flavored. Oh my God. It's so freaking good. But no, I don't have any Thundercats figures, but I really do want some. Yeah. It's got 5 covers too. It's even got more covers if you include the incentives. I'm definitely getting the regular cover with the Joker with the crowbar, and I want to get the Joker with the fish. Do you have a PCP mystery box each month, or... Technically and technically no. So, the PCP mystery box we sell once a year at our local con, the Huntsville Comic and Pop Culture Expo. And the next dates for that are in April. And we got a big show planned, hopefully, COVID willing. But so that's that's going on. Now, we do have the PCP Mystery Box available on a tier of the Patreon page, but it's way too high. And I did that in the early days because I didn't want, I just didn't want to be overwhelmed with mystery boxes and purchases or whatever. But I have been meaning to go on there and move it down. We typically sell a mystery box for $10, but if I'm shipping them, then I'm going to have to add in a shipping cost, and then it's going to make the mystery boxes like $25. But they're always super, super cool. And when we sell them at the shows for $10, it's got way more than $10 worth of stuff in it. And even, I would say, more than $25. But I plan on moving it down a tier and getting rid of the super high tier. Nobody's ever purchased it. So I'll probably move it down. But I could handle doing some mystery boxes each month if people were interested. I've got boxes. I've got extra boxes. I got too many boxes last time. Did you see that Black Widow number 1 in 25 variant? Which one is that? I have a Black Widow number 1 variant. They sent us one early, like months ago. I actually even covered it in the weekly comic book review, and nobody even mentioned it. I don't even think anybody even noticed I was covering the Black Widow book that wasn't out till like November or October, whenever it is. We'll see if Wonder Woman makes your favorite DC Comics list now that Tamaki is writing it. It's been solid so far. It has been very solid so far. And she's also having the luxury of using one of my favorite Wonder Woman, or just one of my favorite characters at DC, which is Max Lord. And he's in the new movie. It seems like it's going to be a different take on him, but I think it's cool. But so far, I'm really, really liking it. Way out of left field, but I love old school Street Fighter. Can anybody recommend some good reads? No clue where to start, but I want to get started. On what? Street Fighter? I used to read, I don't even remember what they were from, but back in the 90s, there was a Street Fighter comic book that I thought was okay. I remember being into that. I was more into the Mortal Kombat. It's crazy. I like Street Fighter better as a game, but I like the story of Mortal Kombat better than the story of Street Fighter. But I'm more of a Street Fighter guy. Like I'll play the fuck out of Street Fighter 2. Mortal Kombat, I'll get my ass beat usually. I'll need some time to like get accustomed to my moves again. But a country joint. His name is Hey-O Boy. But if you like Street Fighter, I would highly recommend a book. It's not a Street Fighter book, but it's a book called No One Left to Fight. And if you're a fan of like fighting games, I would definitely recommend that book. That book is amazing. It's completed. It's like 5 issues. You can get the trade now. It's from Dark Horse Comics. It's written by, is it Aubrey Sitterson or Audrey? Aubrey, I think. With amazing dynamic artwork. I cannot remember the cat's name that did the artwork. But I would definitely recommend checking that one out. For sure. For sure. The sandstorm incident. Hey man, that was that was uncontrollable. And nobody knows what you're talking about. If you don't check out our movie reviews because you don't care what we think about movie reviews, that's fine. But like the last like hour and a half to 2 hours, because it's usually, you'll notice they're like 3 hours long, and the last bit of it's usually us just talking shit and stuff. And we had a really, really fun one this week where we were talking about the Sandstorm figure from Hasbro Pulse, and then everybody was telling us that it was sold out. So me and Jelani immediately like started freaking out. I went on eBay and bought it, and then all of a sudden it wasn't sold out anymore. And then I went immediately on eBay and canceled my order. It's like, that was fun. Oh, that was fun. Davey, what's up? Says, best Boom titles, liking Seven Secrets, great first issue. Boom seems pretty hot right now. Quality is up there with Marvel, DC, Image, I'd say. Oh yeah, 100%, if not even better. For me, it's Something is Killing the Children. It's Red Mother. It's Once and Future. Ghosted in LA, which only has 1 issue left. Or did that last issue come out? I don't think the last issue came out, did it? Anyway, And the Power Ranger books. The Power Ranger books are amazing right now. David says, don't forget that part of the mystery boxes sold at the expos, part of that goes to charity. That's right. We always give 10% of the proceeds to Comics for Kids. That green and purple incentive of 3 Jokers looks great. Yes, it's like a 1 in 25 or something. Comic Book Therapy says, I would love a mystery box and we'll pay more for the shipping to Ontario, Canada. Yeah, that would probably cost a little bit more, wouldn't it? Yeah, we'll get in touch with that about that. Just message me on one of the socials. Hellboy Williams Jr. No one left to fight. So good. Do you think they'll make more? I hope so. Sitterson wants to make more. He didn't want this book to end. But it was at Dark Horse, and Dark Horse was suffering from some poor sales. And I even think poor marketing, to be honest with you. Like, most people at my shop didn't even know that book existed until I pointed it out to them. I only really found out about it because he actually emailed us at the shop. And he sent us copies of each issue. And I think he's a fan of the show, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I agree. What do you think about the book Sweetheart? I like it. Well, it's got a new issue out this week. It's already all come out digitally. It came out during the shutdown. So I read all of it, and I loved every single issue, but I thought the ending was rather weak. So I really liked that book, and I thought the ending was weak, but I need to get back on my Comixology and read through it again all in one sitting and see if it irons itself out. Eric says, if you like Street Fighter, I would check out early Iron Fist comics. And you definitely want to check out the Brubaker Fraction stuff. Immortal Iron Fist, hell yeah. Corey Hart. What, the baseball player? Nah, I get the reference. Comes out this week. You must be talking about Ghosted in L.A. Mike the Voice is here. What's up, man? Mike's been doing these things on the PCP Army where he, like, puts out, like, references to what we're talking about in the live streams. I don't know if he's doing one right now. But, man. Once and Future has been solid, yeah. Mike says, though, the Udon Street Fighter books are okay. They also did a Darkstalkers comic. No One Left to Fight is a great book. Yeah. Sitterson was also the author of the comic book History of Wrestling or something like that. He's a big fan of wrestling. He's a super gnarly dude. He's super cool. Long hair. He's like a little jacked. It's always amen, brother, and shit like that. Like, he's that guy. It's so cool. And I think he lives in Alaska. Where's a good place to start with Amazing Spider-Man? To be honest, Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. Like, honestly, those first 50 to 60 issues of Amazing Spider-Man are absolute some of Marvel's best work. So I would definitely even recommend starting at the very beginning. Aside from that, you can start right now. The best place to start would be at the beginning of the Nick Spencer run, but I think the Nick Spencer run's a little inconsistent and kind of too elongated and it goes a little bit too, but I don't know. I overall like some of the Dan Slott stuff, but I definitely can't wait for Spencer's run to end and we can get somebody new on that book. J Strick says, Boom is straight up killing it. Honestly, they need to bring back Teen Dog. Yes, you know they do, man. Maybe that's one of the things that we should do. No photo stream on the PCP Army tonight. That's fine, Mike. Maybe that's one of the things we can do is we can use Teen Dog Shades nights to get the idea out there that we want more Teen Dog. If you have never read the Teen Dog comic book, of which these shades are from, see them right there? You got to. It's so great. So great. And basically all ages. Basically. Tomasi would be great on Spider-Man. Yeah, you'd have to pull him away from the Batman office, though. Yeah, I think his run's a little disappointing. But this new Sin Eater story's actually been pretty decent so far, to be honest. So, it's got some gems in there every once in a while, but for the most part, the stories just, they're a little too long for me. And it just takes too long to get to something, and that's usually what happens with Nick Spencer books. Robbie, my good man, how's the lack of cons going for you? I know it was inevitable, but I'm crushed. New York Comic Con is canceled this year. Mike, honestly, it hasn't affected me that much. Obviously, our own hometown show, we still did it, but it was way less. I mean, we saw Chris Claremont there, and Sergeant Slaughter was there. I didn't get to meet him. Austin St. John, I had already met him. So there were still some guests there, and it was still a decent show. My favorite thing about that show was, honestly, I picked up some really sweet freaking toys. I picked up the Turtle Van there. I picked up Point Dread for my Grayskull there. That's where Mike got the Punisher van that he is now offering to sell me. So maybe we need to stop funding for the studio and start funding for the Punisher van. But yeah, I missed going to Heroes Con. That was something I wanted to do this year, and Memphis got canceled, so that kind of sucks. I mean, I only go to, like, aside from our show, I only go to like 1 or 2 a year. So it's not really something that I do a lot of, but it does suck. I feel like I just wasted $8. Well, the ones you got, 44 and 45, Billy, at least those, like, honestly, those ones are pretty good. And you know what? Yeah, just start there. Just start there. Whatever. Just roll with it if you want to. Those 2 issues are fine. I like those 2 issues. Billy says, let's make a real Punisher van. Amen, brother. Amen. Nick says, been reading Coffin Bound since your best indie video. That's an interesting run for sure. Thanks for the suggestion. That's Coffin Bound's one of those books that I don't think everybody's going to dig into it. But some people will, and the people that will, like, the more you read that book, the more it rewards you. Strickland just started reading it because I was talking about it. And the night he read it, he was messaging me, and he was just like, this book is fucked up. But it's so good. I was like, yeah, I agree. J Strick says, some of the best Spider-Man stuff I've read is actually Dan Slott's Superior Spider-Man. Dan Slott's Superior Spider-Man is dope. Super dope. I actually like that run. I think Dan Slott's Spider-Man run is his last bit after Superior, like the stuff that had like the worldwide era where he was basically like Tony Stark. I really liked that. It felt fresh. It felt fun. Some of his earlier works, all the stuff where like Spider-Verse was in there and Spider Island, like that stuff to me was a bit up and down. I even dropped out of it at certain points, but the last run of it I really did like. Fable says, at first I wasn't excited for Eternals, but after you announced the creative team, I'm intrigued. Yeah, Gillen and Ribic, come on. You know the artwork's going to be great. You know the writing is going to be cool. And I basically can just see him taking some of the concepts and ideas that he did with Wicked and Divine, applying it to that Kirby bombastic nature, and you got the Eternals. So, I'm excited for it. But I definitely would say don't get too excited because no Eternals run lasts, not even the original. But I think that they're going to factor pretty heavily into upcoming issues of Hickman's X-Men stuff. David says, I keep rereading The Goddamned. It's so imaginative and brutal. Yeah, I love The Goddamned. I got caught up, read book 1 a few weeks ago, so I could start talking about Virgin Brides, and man, that book is really freaking good. A brutal, nothing held back, biblical, historical epic that takes some liberties, but, I mean, it's based on biblical stories, right? I think the problem with Marvel is that Disney tries to appeal to younger readers in its main titles. FF Spider-Man, I would rather see them do a separate comics line for younger readers. That's IDW. Yeah, they do a separate line for younger readers, and they license it out to IDW, so they don't have to do much about it. They just get paid to license it, right? So that's basically what that is. That's an interesting debate because a lot of people that I grew up with, like we all got into comic books at an early age. And nowadays it seems like people are getting into comics in their 20s. And it's not a lot of kids that are in the industry right now. So there are a lot of people being like, well, that's how you grow the audience. You got to start them when they're young, and maybe to a point, but a lot of those people that were kids with me when I was collecting comics, they jumped out of it very quickly. They didn't keep the staying power. So it's an interesting debate. Should these books be written towards kids or should they be written towards adults? Adults seem to be the ones buying them. But at the same time, I don't think we need Spider-Man to be an R-rated comic book. So I think they're fine where they are at a PG-13. I've learned from a lot of parents that they don't usually care too much about some of the violence and some of the sexuality in books. It's usually scary stuff that they want to keep away from their kids, which is kind of weird to me. But okay. When I was a kid, I loved the hell out of scary stuff. It was just nudity. That was the one thing I couldn't watch. So it was just like, cover your eyes, Robbie. It's like, man, I remember watching Basic Instinct when that shit came out with my parents on a rental night. All I had to do was just cover my eyes a few scenes. I didn't like it. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I mean, I liked parts of it for other reasons when I was a kid. My problem is that usually people think that if they're writing for an older audience, a more mature audience, that they need to like throw a lot of like gratuitous like violence and sex and stuff like that. And if it's story appropriate, go for it. But if it's not, like don't, a lot of times I feel like they force that shit in just to make it for mature readers only. That kind of a thing. But there definitely needs to be variety and diversity as far as reaching out to different groups. And I think DC actually does a really great job with that because you got your main line, and then you got DC for young adults, DC for kids, and then you got DC Black Label. And I think that right now, out of those big companies, they've got a really good strategy there. Boom's got a good strategy too, where they have the Boom, Boom Studios, and then they have Boom Box, and then they had Kaboom. I don't know if they still do Kaboom. That was their all ages line. But yeah. I think the thing about Fantastic Four, though, is that Fantastic Four being Marvel's first big book that like really captured people, they want to keep this fun, vibrant, buoyant, age-old comic book flair to it, which I'm cool with. But I also like a Fantastic Four comic book with some high stakes. I would almost argue that Jonathan Hickman's run on Fantastic Four is a bit more adult because it's got some really complex things that are going on. Some really wild, high concept sci-fi ideas. So yeah, I can see what you're saying. Not R-rated, but definitely something a little bit more. And this Slott is writing in a more classic Marvel way. That's what he's been doing. That's what he's had success with on titles like Spider-Man. But, let's be honest, my favorite Spider-Man stuff from him is Superior Spider-Man, where it got a little bit more gritty, a little bit more edgy. If you want a really dark Fantastic Four book, check out Grant Morrison and Jay Lee's Fantastic Four 1, 2, 3, 4. 4-issue series. Pretty decent. From Marvel Knights back in the day. Why is Nightwing always selling out? Probably because Nightwing is typically a low-selling and underperforming book. So shops, retailers are not really likely to order a whole bunch of them. But when something like Joker War happens and the punchline phenomenon, a lot of people don't make up that gap between supply and demand. And so with Nightwing, those things make more sense to me than just like Thor #6 was a heavily ordered book. The Thor books are very heavily ordered. Nightwing is not. So when the Joker War happened, a lot of people weren't really super excited to like order more Nightwings. And so then but the interest was rising, and then you had just the whole supply and demand. Horror Man 36 with a fantastic super chat. Thank you so much. He says, hit that Hellboy jam. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yo, let me continue the story of the little man I know. His name is Hellboy. He's got the right hand of doom. It's a key to unlock the apocalypse. Files down his horns too. Little stumps on his forehead, so no one knows that he's a demon man. But he is the Hellboy man. Yeah. Verse 2. What is up? Yeah, he found a Hellboy. Look at that. Thank you so much for the super chat, Horror Man 36. You're going above and beyond. We appreciate that here. PCP Army represent. Hell yeah. Hellboy. Hellboy. See, that's something I heard a lot as a kid. Hellboy. Like hell, comma boy. I don't have a vape recipe. This is it. It's Bombi's Nana Cream. This is what I vape. I don't really vape anything else. Shit. Is that an angel singing? Pfft. Fallen angel with some broken wings and broken vocal cords, but thank you so much. Oh, Lordy. Joker clap, Hellboy thumbs up, and a freestyle. We are not worthy. Oh, I'm not worthy. Thank you. Taki says, man, lost an eBay auction, bummed out. Oh, that sucks. Robbie, the songbird of his generation. Well, you know, you got to find a way to stand out. Comics YouTube is filled with fantastic people, great content creators. You got Jim, you got Comic Tom, you've got Everything Comics, you got Comics with Bueller, of course, you got Perry, you got Dylan, there's so many more people out there. This is a huge community. Everybody's trying to do what they can to stand out. I want to be the singing guy. You know, but don't get it twisted. I've seen Jim break into song on one of his live streams too. So there you go. There you go. You know what I was singing all day today was damn Nirvana, Something in the Way. God, I love it when like these movies are like taking some of my favorite songs and they're making them cinematic for like the Wonder Woman trailer using Blue Monday, and I thought that was really, really good. And then the way they did, and the Joker, oh my God, that Joker trailer, one of the things that really got me into that very first teaser that we've ever seen of Joaquin Phoenix's Joker was the song that they were playing. Like, blew me away, right? And oh my God, to use Something in the Way from Nirvana for the Batman and to tie the new Batman score by Michael, what's his name? Giacchino, whatever his name is. Yo, that is so freaking good. The full version is on YouTube, and I've been listening to it all day. You're one of the best, Robbie. Thank you, Samuel. I appreciate that. We have a wonderful community here, though. Bueller is my friend. Weird stretch, Billy. I don't think many people would want to admit that. I'm just kidding. I love Bueller. He's one of my favorites. I love hanging out with that guy. Banging head on table to every Joker clap. Hope that helps you stand out. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I don't like messing with eBay auctions, y'all. I'm a buy it now guy. If I'm going to buy something on eBay, I'm doing a buy it now. Someone's like, you could have gotten that cheaper if you would have just... Yeah, but I wouldn't have. Because I'm not going to sit here and like scope it out and wait to the last seconds, you know. I've been burned. Every once in a while you can get lucky, but... Oh, I love The Wedding Singer. Courtney and the rest of Nirvana came to some kind of agreement, so now we get it in movies. And it really works. Like, even lyrically, I can feel how it could work. Nobody is as interactive as PCP Great Channel. Well, thank you so much, Epoch Catharsis. Bueller helped me out in a knife fight. At a bar, was he the bouncer? The Bueller bouncer at Roadhouse? Bueller's going to be on the channel with us in November after HorrorFest concludes to do a movie review of Roadhouse. So I'm very, very excited about that. Did they kill Alfred in the trailer? I got that vibe. No, not at all. You don't even see Alfred. You just hear him. You're getting pretty popular, sir. Why is he talking to you? What's crazy is that everybody kept talking about, this guy is the Riddler, this guy's the Riddler. So I'm like, who is this guy? So I looked up, I can't even remember the name, David something, right? So I look him up and I'm like, oh, that's the little fucking, that's the dude from There Will Be Blood? Bruh, playing the Riddler? And like, is that the Riddler in the... Man, oh man, oh man. Did you get that sandstorm ordered? Yeah, I think Mike ordered it for us, Brooks. And welcome, everybody. Brooks the Magnificent is here. That sandstorm fiasco. That was so fun. I'm sure that was at least entertaining to watch. It was part of it was performative. I'll be honest with you. But no, I ordered that shit on eBay. Then all of a sudden, it was not sold out anymore. And then I fucking canceled my order. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. Look at all your fandom, Brooks. Yeah, I want to put Brooks on a t-shirt. I think that'd be a fun thing. We do have t-shirts. I have people ask occasionally, but there is a link in every description of every video we do to the t-shirts. Maybe we need to wear them more on camera. Doot 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 That's the Sandstorm by Darude. Let's take a look at what's coming up this week in comic books. Let's see if Dark Horse has anything. Dark Horse has nothing again. Man, I guess they're just waiting for that Umbrella Academy book to come out. From IDW, we have Canto 2, Hollow Men, #1, first part of a 5-issue series. Very, very excited for that. What else? We have Lock and Key and Pale Battalions Go, #1, a 2-issue series. We have Sleeping Beauties, #3. Star Wars Adventures Clone Wars, #4. TMNT 108. That's from IDW. Let's jump over to Dynamite. You know, Bueller always says, and let me go ahead and give Bueller another shout out. Like, Bueller has the best preview video out there. Like this Wednesday, he'll release a video of all the comic books that come out next week. Now, sometime on his indies, he's a little wrong, just because that far out, a lot of these indie titles don't even know when they're actually getting released from Diamond. Like, that's very particular about, like, Scout, for instance. So I can't fault him for that, because you get bad information all the time. That's one of the reasons why I like doing it on Sunday night, because it's a bit more clear. But he's always said, you should just play my video during this time. So what I think I'm going to start doing is get the video from him, speed it up, and like run commentary over it. So then you can at least see the covers. From Dynamite, we have Betty Page #2 with a shit ton of covers. We have The Boys, Dear Becky #4. What else here? We got Mars Attacks Red Sonja #1. That's weird enough to check out. And that's from Dynamite. From Boom Studios, we have Angel and Spike #13. Ghosted in LA #12, the final issue, sadly, but I love that book. Love it. Mega Man Fully Charged #1. Brooks, you gonna get that Mega Man book? I know you are. I'll make sure we get you one in your box. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers 53 is out this week. Wicked Things #4 and Wind #3. Very, very cool. From some of the other publishers, I can't see my writing. It's we got Billionaire Island #5. We have Blade Runner 2019 #9. Bug Bites #1, a new one from Source Point Press. Dr. Tomorrow #5. Engine Ward #2 from Vault Comics. I have read Engine Ward #2. It expands on what was established in 1 and actually starts hooking you into the story. God Killers #5. Grim Fairy Tales #40. Grit #2. John Carpenter's Tales of Science Fiction Vortex 2 #3. The Man Who Effed Up Time #5. The Plot #6, one of my favorite books. Red Border #5, or is that #4? It's the final issue either way. Rogue Planet #4, Savage Bastards #5, Sweetheart #4, White Ash #6, Year Zero, number 4. No Heroine and Skyline I do not have on the list. This list came directly from Diamond, but even that sometimes can be wrong. Let's jump over to Image. We have Black Magic number 13, Bliss number 2, Bomb Queen, Trump Card number 1. Been a long time since we had a Bomb Queen book. Chew number 2, Dead Body Road, Bad Blood number 3, a book that Scarpad highly recommends everybody check out. I've always heard good things about it, and I need to get caught up on it. Family Tree number 8, Philadelphia number 7, Mercy number 5, Nailbiter Returns number 4. You remember those days not too long ago where we had like very small comic book weeks? Yeah, that shit's over. We get Nomen Omen number 8, Spawn 309. Be on the lookout for this one because the Gunslinger cover by McFarlane, that one's already heating up. Strange Bullets. Stray Bullets, Sunshine and Roses number 42. Tartarus number 5. That Texas Blood number 3. And Unearth number 7. Let's jump on over to Marvel. From Marvel Comics, we have the 2020 Forceworks book, issue number 3. We've got I, Wolverine from 2020, number 2. Arrow, number 10. Amazing Spider-Man 47. Daredevil Annual, number 1. Empire Avengers, number 3. Oh my God, this Empire book. Empire Captain America, number 3. It's not over yet. Fantastic Four Antithesis, number 1. Neil Adams doing some Fantastic Four work, so that seems neat. Ghost Spider, number 10. Hellions, number 3. House of X Powers of 10 finally hits soft cover this week. Iron Man 2020, number 6. The final issue of that garbage. I've not liked that. Spider-Man Noir, number 3. Star Wars Dr. Aphra, number 3. A third printing of Strange Academy, number 1. Look at that. X Factor, number 2. X-Men, number 11. X-Men God Loves Man Kills Extended Cut, number 2. That's from Marvel. From DC this week, the big one, we got 3 Jokers dropping this week. 100%, not a prank, not a joke. It's really here. We have The Question, Deaths of Vic Sage, number 4. That's the final issue. Action Comics 1024. Amethyst, number 5. Batgirl, 48. Batman Superman, number 11. Batman Beyond, 46. Books of Magic, 22. Detective Comics 1026. Flash, 760. Hellblazer, number 9. Justice League Dark, 25. Last God, number 8. Legion of Superheroes, number 6. Plunge, number 6. Wonder Woman, 761. Red Hood, 48. Suicide Squad, 8. And Teen Titans Annual, number 2. So that's what's coming out this week. What are you most excited for? Me? Plot? 3 Jokers? Come on. Y'all know that. I'm excited for the last issue of Ghosted in L.A. as well. That book's been hella good. Yeah, I don't know if they got pushed back, but the thing is, like, Diamond is really funky when it comes to release dates on indie titles, especially from the smaller ones. We're talking about Scout, Source Point, Vault. But they're not on my list. But that doesn't mean that they're not actually coming out, but they're not on my list right now. All right. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be talking about all the DC Fandome stuff. I'll be running through the trailer announcements and all that stuff, and we will even be doing a live watching here of the Batman trailer and hope we don't get pulled down. And if we do, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? We'll also be talking a little bit about the Bermuda Triangle. Why? Because it's a Teen Dog Shades night. So during the break, get your drink on, get your smoke on, get your swerve on, whatever kind of on you need to get on it. We'll be right back. And appropriately enough, this is one of the most popular Basement Show songs me and my homie Skip did back in the day. And it's called Fight the Night. We'll be right back. 10 feet, this is a hate-free zone. Try to be cool, but they still wanna bite. And now I'm not a fool, so I know I gotta fight. Not to be cool if you're messing with my vibe. Then forget the wooden stick and coming at you with a knife. Silver laced, and I know you can tell it. Skin's still burn, and I know you can smell it. Tools so effective that they want me to sell them. Now I got this new line of hate repellents. Take a step back, you blood-sucking leech. How you gonna bite once I knock out your teeth? With the cross by my side and the crescent on the rise and the star in the sky to the day that I die. Look up in the sky as the bass hits bro. That's when you find your replacement show. You're wrong, but you still gotta face it though. We the new deal, we the basement show. Look up in the sky as the bass hits bro. That's when you find your replacement show. You're wrong, but you still gotta face it though. We the new deal, we the basement show.
Clouds are forming, storms are coming, now it's getting cold. Demons fighting, now they biting, when they get so bold. I see them never, until this day we can't control. So shed some light, let's find the night, they can't have our soul.
Creeping and crawling in the middle of the night. The shadows used to fade under the pale moonlight. Could be if that's spreading your own blood, even your wife like Dr. Jekyll needs to hide. They drinking potion truths inside. Spitting fiction, always tripping, tingle in a web of lies. Don't let them fool you with their copacetic side. The thirst for your blood, you can see it in their eyes. You feel it in your gut, you think you shit out of luck. But the truth will set you free. I think I read that in a book. What doesn't kill us makes you strong. Besides, I just won't give a fuck. If you really think you fool me, guess again, your ass is history. Don't mess with me, I'll constantly annihilate, incinerate, obliterate, and vanish. Back where you came from, all your haters are afraid of me. Bloodthirsty motherfuckers getting wasted most precisely. In my white tee, yeah, what? I keep it clean.
Look up at the sky as the bass hits bro. That's when you find your replacement show. You're wrong, but you still gotta face it though. We the new deal, we the basement show. Look up at the sky as the bass hits bro. That's when you find your replacement show. You're wrong, but you still gotta face it though. We the new deal, we the basement show.
Clouds are forming, storms are coming, now it's getting cold. Demons fighting, now they biting, when they get so bold. I see them never, until this day we can't control. So shed some light, let's find the night, they can't have our soul.
Like Lon Chaney, I'm a master in disguise, and I hypnotize and you're paralyzed. You try to get by with your fictions and lies, but you sell your own soul for a slice of the pie. Now my eyes are on focus and it's plain to see. Rise to my levels where you wanna be. You try to hang around, but you can't with me, and I just switch in size like lycanthropy. You get no respect, you a flip-flopping bitch. Treat you like you are, you a pill-pop snitch. Cut you into pieces with my silver bullet spin, and you know that you're done before you even feel it hit. Even all man who is pure in heart says his prayers at night. May become a wolf with a wolf ain't wounds, and the moon is full and bright. That's right. Look up in the sky as the bass hits bro. That's when you find your replacement show. You're wrong, but you still gotta face it though. We the new deal, we the basement show. Look up at the sky as the bass hits bro. That's when you find your replacement show. You're wrong, but you still gotta face it though. We the new deal, we the basement show.
Clouds are forming, storms are coming, now it's getting cold. Demons fighting, now they biting, when they get so bold. I see them never, until this day we can't control. So shed some light, let's find the night, they cannot have our soul.
And we are back here on a Teen Dog Shades night at Pop Culture Philosophers on Rockin Robbie Live. See, I wanted to have like a graphic that did that and a sound, but I've never done that. But that was just as good, right? How is everybody doing? Hope you enjoyed the break. You're right. I did say you was a pill popping snitch. I'm actually kind of proud of that line. I said, you're a flip flopping bitch. I'll treat you like you are. You's a pill popping snitch. I don't know. That line inspires me anyway. I don't know if anybody knows any pill popping snitches, but they exist. Trust me. Ha! I've known quite a few. shady individuals, but not shady in the right way, like a teen dog's shades kind of shady, like we are right now. I'm getting hype. How are you doing? I'm excited. I got my drink on. I got my smoke on. I got my swerve on. What you got on? Anyway, it's a Teen Dog Shades night. We're about to talk about some DC Fandome stuff. But first, I got to say, you can find podcasts and a whole lot more at popculturephilosophers.com. John does such a hellaciously awesome job with that website, so definitely support him and go check it out. And let him know that people go check out the video. And also Strickland and Drew and a few others, they write blogs occasionally, so there you go. I have restarted my Twitter, getting back on there just a little bit more often. Not too much, but you can follow me on Twitter at the Rockin Robbie. And you can follow Pop Culture Philosophers on Instagram and on Facebook. And if you're on Facebook, you might as well join the PCP Army. It's the official Pop Culture Philosophers Facebook group. And get your voice heard on the PCP Army movie polls, the Horror Fest editions. We have the winner of the first poll. It's Cabin in the Woods. So we'll be covering that one on a Horror Fest night. And we've got the next poll is going to be going up very soon. And this poll is titled the Fuck J Strick Up poll. So these are all going to be movies that maybe go a bit further than some of the other movies that J Strick does. Nothing super crazy, no video nasties or nothing like that. Not really. But there's some stuff in there. And we're going to have fun with that poll. Anyway, you can also support the channel through a super chat or just by watching the video like you're doing right now. You're already supporting. Hit that thumbs up button. It really helps us out. Let's YouTube know that right now, if you're into comic books, if you're into pop culture, movies, whatnot, if you're into all that and you're on YouTube, this is the channel you need to be on because we have a lot of fun here. Lots of fun. But you can also support us at patreon.com/PCP like these fine fellas right here. David, Alex, Brianiac, Nelson Reggie, Brian, Didi Bullseye, Dunlaney, George, Hamburger, HC, James, Jason, Javi, Jose, Josh, Lewis, Monmeat, Mikey, Nicholas, Robert, Sebastian, Taki, Timo, and TJ. Thank you so much for your support, gentlemen. Y'all rock. I got to get some more Patreon content. I used to do like a video newsletter. Maybe I should start that back up again. I don't know. Something like that, though. But, what else did I got to say? Oh, yeah. Thursday night. Where's that at? Yeah, Thursday night. Join me, Bob from Everything Comics, Dylan from Dylan's Comics, and Bueller from Comics with Bueller here on the live stream. Best comic books of the month, the monthly meetup. It's one of our favorite times. We get together for a couple hours and talk about our favorite comic books of the month. This week, for August, it's on our channel here at PCP, and it will be Thursday at 8 p.m. Central Time. The following night at 9 p.m. Central Time, we'll be taking a look live at Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey for a live PCP Army movie night. Very excited to cover this one and get ready for Face the Nation, which does come out this week. Next Monday, we'll have Zach from Comics Bookcase on the show. He'll be talking about his website, comic books in general, pop culture in general, and his new comic book that he's launching on Kickstarter. Speaking of Kickstarter, David Papose will be joining us the following Thursday, September 3rd. David is the writer of Spencer and Locke. He's the writer of Going to the Chapel and the writer of the upcoming comic book, The OZ, which is kind of like The Hurt Locker meets Mad Max meets Wizard of Oz. And it looks very exciting and cool. I've already backed it up. And David is a super cool guy. I met him in Charlotte, and I'm excited as hell to have him on the show. What's up, Bueller? Bueller's in the house, everybody. Bueller, you never gave me that ad, buddy. You said that you and Bob were going to film a little bit for me to put on the live stream, but you didn't. That's all right. It's all right. I'm sure you just forgot about it. I'm not going to do anything like call you out about it on a live stream with 60-something people watching. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely baller night. I am super, super pumped. Like I said, Bueller, Bob from Everything Comics, and Dylan. And I haven't reached out to Jim, but Jim's always down to know that one's coming up. And sometimes he'll join, sometimes he won't. Depends on what's going on. But guaranteed. I lied. It's Bob's fault. But yeah, we're going to have a great, great show. Always fun. That is Thursday night. Bruce got on us last month. He was like, you guys need a better way to like let people know about where it's going to be. And I'm like, just pay attention, right? I mean, it's always on one of 4 channels: Pop Culture Philosophers, Dylan's Comics, Comics with Bueller, or Everything Comics. In fact, in that order, that's the rotation. So you should subscribe to all of our channels and click the notification bell on all of our channels, and then you'll know. I'll make a post about it too, But yes, this Thursday, and it's usually the last Thursday to Saturday of the month. I'm very excited, Bueller. We're gonna have some good stuff to talk about. Make sure you read 3 Jokers, because I don't want to. And it is a spoiler-filled show, y'all. Zombie X Dance said, "Not Twitter. Get off that thing. It'll be good for your brain." Here's what I did. See, I was on Twitter, and I'm glad I was on Twitter because I made a lot of connections with people on Twitter. But then it got to the point, especially the closer we get to this damn election, the crazier Twitter has gotten. And I don't want a bunch of negative, just hateful vitriol spat into my eyes and into my brain all day. You got to guard the gates of your mind. You know what I'm saying? This is a teen dog type shade thing. Seriously, start learning how to guard the gates of your mind, because you may not think about it, but when that goes in, your subconscious is absorbing all of that. And it's all symbolism and imagery in there. And so if you start seeing the same stuff, the same emotion, the same blah, 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 right? It starts coming at you and seeping in all day. All of a sudden, you're a little bit more angry. You're a little bit more impatient. You're a little bit more intolerant. You're a little bit more of a dickweed. You know what I'm saying? And vice versa. If you are doing that, if you're spending all your time on social media all day long to be just bullshitting and hating and trolling and being outraged on Twitter or Facebook or something, that means you spend all damn day, right? All damn day, all day in a state of mind that's incredibly negative and not productive. In fact, counterproductive, right? So I backed off of Twitter for a while, and I would post maybe here and there, but I backed off of it. I took it off of my phone because I do have a bad habit of just clicking on to a social app when I'm taking a vape break or something at work and just, whatever. And I had to take Twitter off my phone. Facebook is different because Facebook, I was able to unfollow a bunch of shit. So if I see that someone's just doing this all the damn time, sorry, I unfollow you. It's not that we're still friends and I can still get in contact with that person. They can still get in touch with me, but I ain't got to see that shit. So I've perfected my wall on Facebook. On Instagram, all I ever see is comic books. Seriously, all I ever see is these beautiful people sharing beautiful comic books. So Instagram's cool with me. So I don't have a problem with that. But Twitter was getting to the point where it's just too fucking much, right? Just too fucking much negativity, too much arguing, too much trolling, too much back and forth. Oh my God, y'all. And it seems so easy to people like that, you're so easy to be manipulated, man. That's why trolls can manipulate people into being outraged. And then the outraged people just increase the desire of trolls because they're just doing it to get a reaction. So I am back on Twitter. So what I do is once a day, I get on my computer here and I go onto Twitter, and there you go, right? And I look and I check out my notifications. I may make a post here and there, and then that's it. But I don't have it on my phone anymore. And I used to like it on my phone because, I swap a lot of, messaging with people in the industry, and I get early looks at books through Twitter and shit like that. So, but I decide just once a day. So I'm on Twitter once a day. And some days I'm not even on it. Not even on it. I've already checked it today. I had a shit ton of notifications because Jay Sandlin tagged me in something. If Jay Sandlin tags you in something, that dude's got such a fucking following. He's the writer of Over the Ropes and what's that book? Hellfighter Quinn. Super cool guy. Friend of the show. And Robbie built his own wall. Hell yeah, man. You got to guard the gates of your mind. You have an active choice to make to what kind of content you allow in your head. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I always say, focus on what you love, focus on what you like. Don't ever really focus on what you hate. Too many people today define themselves, and this isn't just comic books and pop culture. Too many people these days define themselves by what they hate or what they're not, instead of who they are and what they're about and what they're into. So very early on, that was something we wanted to do here at Pop Culture Philosophers. We didn't want to just be like these bullshit positive fairies out there, being like, oh, comics are great, But like, if I don't like something, I'm going to tell you I don't like something. But if I consistently don't like something, I'm not going to read it. And I'm also not going to spend too much time talking about something I hate. Anyway, all that being said, just to say, yeah, I am back on Twitter, but I am going to do a better job of, because I started, dude, I would go to work and I'd bitch about the government and the campaigns and all that shit, and I was just not in a good fucking headspace, especially when the COVID shit first started. And straight up, like, I started doing more live streams just to interact with y'all more during that time, to also just make me feel better too, because y'all lift me up and y'all get me going and y'all motivate me, and I really appreciate it. Y'all are the absolute coolest. PCP Army for life. Anyway, I probably missed a shit ton of comments, but you know how it is on a Teen Dog Shades night. When the spirit moves, it moves. Guard the gates of your mind. You want to learn how to do that first thing, seriously? Just meditate. Just meditate. Bueller, just giving us a great example. Sometimes we're not the most positive. Robbie, tell us how you feel about the last issue of Kids Again. Fuck that book. Like, what the fuck, Ablaze? Like, I'm serious as shit. And I love that I had so many people comment on that, because that meant, well, man, they made it to the end of the video. They actually watched all of that shit. So that's always exciting. But no, that's bullshit, dude. They have 8 pages of the conclusion. So you read the book, and where it ended on issue 5, you're like, oh, I'm ready for this conclusion. And it goes, here's the conclusion. It was just 8 more pages. And then the rest of it's just bullshit. Just literally bullshit. Like, make issue 5 the final issue and extra sized. Charge $1 more for it, but who cares? Jesus. That shit pissed me off. That's such a bullshit thing to do, man. The trade's going to be great. But, like, and I don't hate the book, but Jesus, that's just terrible. Just terrible. I watched, everybody, we do have Bob here now, everybody. Which will remind me, once again, let's go ahead and mention it, so everybody knows. Best Comics of the Month live stream coming up here on the channel on Pop Culture Philosophers. Thursday night, 8 p.m. Central Time. That's the plan. We're going to have a grand old time. But I watched, Bob, I watched your video this morning. And I just got a big smile on my face, because at one point, I don't remember the exact quote, but Bob basically says, yeah, we love PCP. And I'm like, yes, it's working. It just cracks me up. It's always just a little inside joke for us. PCP. Ah, Lord. Yeah, it was nice seeing Sam on the show. But yeah, great show. I was wondering what your pick of the week was going to be. As soon as Sam brought out Thor, I was like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's not going to be Thor 6. What is it going to be? It was Wonder Woman Dead Earth. I love that finale. That was a great conclusion. What's funny is, too, I think, I need to watch it again, but I think there's even a moment, a brief fraction of a second, right before Bob had already mentally committed to saying, we love PCP, that a thought crossed in his mind that maybe I shouldn't say that. And he said it anyway. But hell yeah, we are PCP, and we love it. Oh, anyway. Y'all, if you don't watch Bob's videos, they come out every Sunday morning now. His weekly comic book review. Fantastic stuff. He had Sam from Sam's Tangle Web on today. Oh, fantastic stuff. PCP changed my life. Strickland remembers the early days, 5 years ago when I was starting this shit. For the whole month on all my social media, I kept putting shit out. PCP changed my life. PCP is great. Or wait till you try. And everybody thought, it was like, what the hell? What the hell are they talking about? And that's what it was. Hey, what's up, Jeff? One love from Chicago. I haven't been the same. What is with Venom and Thor issues, for example, getting bought out quick and then eBay sells them for double, maybe triple the price? Well, it's not eBay selling them, right? But I get what you're saying. Resellers selling it on eBay. Well, they're doing it because people are buying it. And what happens is, it boggles my mind sometimes because there'll be a book that will be going for like $20 that hasn't even hit shelves yet. So we don't even know how much are out there, right? And that's one of the downfalls of the influencer idea, right? Is that sometimes people are influencing things, this is going to be hot, this is going to have this first appearance, blah, 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 and people want to get it. And some people want to get it because they want to resell it. Some people are scalpers. Some people are speculators. Some people want to get something that maybe one day down the road will be worth some. Some people want to get it and immediately flip it. Some people just want to get it because they're reading a good story and enjoying it. And then other people just want to get it because they hear something's cool and hot. And who doesn't want to get what's cool and hot? We all do. You know what I'm saying? That's part of our mentality as collectors. But it's so weird to me to see a book that's going for crazy prices on eBay that I look over at our shelves and I'm like, we've got fucking plenty of these. And so we limit people to like one per person or one per cover, something like that. We do a limit, a restriction to make sure that everybody gets a hold of it, right? And we still sell out, And yeah, Bueller, great reminder. We were talking about that earlier. Tomorrow morning on the brand new Coffee and Comics show on Comics with Bueller at 7 a.m. Central Time, the topic is speculation out of control? And earlier I said, yeah, it is. It gets out of control with that. I feel bad for some of these people that are buying these books when they could literally just call me at the shop and it's cover price. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so crazy. But it's the market, and the market will do what it does. But I feel like there's a fraction of people out there that are only educated by certain influencers, and that's fine. But you got to still be discerning. I don't know. It's hard to put it on there. I feel bad for the people that are paying ridiculous amounts of money for comics that are brand new and like that. With the variants too, but if it's an incentive, that's different, because incentive, you actually have a thing about rarity involved in that. So that gets factored into it. But yeah, I think it's out of control right now. But I don't know. I know a lot of people that have and I know shops it's probably even hitting crazy right now because a lot of shops have cut back some of their ordering post-COVID shutdowns because they just aren't making the money that they need to be making to support it, right? Some shops are fine. We seem to be fine. We're keeping our orders good. We're ordering low on certain things. But yeah, we had plenty of Thor number 6s this week. And when I left on Thursday, we still had plenty. And they were going for cover price, but one per person, per cover. Come see Robbie play with his slime tomorrow morning. Hell yeah, Bueller. I got it right here. I always keep a case of slime near me at all times. You never know when you'll need it. It's like, I think I just play with the slime in my hands more than I play with my slime pit, because cleaning the slime pit is not a difficult thing to do, but it's a tedious thing to do. All this is mainly DC and Marvel that it all goes crazy. Not always. Sometimes it's an indie book. It's like an indie book will hit super hard. First hit of PCP is free. Touching costume. What? What? I mean, zombie things like that are going to happen. He said, I don't know. I don't like how a comic's value is suddenly upped and popular once a movie gets announced or TV or whatever. People should appreciate the comic as it is. I get that. But, I mean, the idea behind that would be, if this is a successful movie, all of a sudden more people are going to know about this character, like Guardians of the Galaxy, for instance. But if you always notice, it goes up and it comes right back down, because an announcement will happen, something will go up, and it will come right back down. Well, I have two cats, Epoch, but the slime pit's not a problem right now. It just sits on that shelf right there behind me. And it'll probably be up on the new set because I'm going to spotlight a lot of the vintage Motu stuff on the new set. Have a nice place for it. I'm about to do the Halloween makeover. Yep, I still had a piece of slime on me. Be careful. That's what'll happen. You'll like think you have the damn slime pit clean, and then you'll just find one drop of slime somewhere. God, get off my hand. What's going on, man? Indie books, you just need issue number 1 and you're good. Very few exceptions. 100% about that, man. 100%. I told Dylan a long time ago, I was like, just make sure you get every number 1 for every Boom book. I didn't notice DC Fandom saying anything about Doom Patrol Season 3. Hey, Robbie's in the house. What's up? What's up, brother Robbie? Keep on preaching. When at all possible, keep out the negative. That's why I always like hanging out at my local comic shop with you, Robbie, and the PCP crew to laugh and be positive. Hell yeah. And me and Robbie, man, we had a teen dog moment the other day. We kept thinking that these clouds that were hiding UFOs just kept disappearing and popping up around us. It was weird. I was in one of my what if moments, like, what if there's a UFO behind that cloud? Then, like, literally, like, the cloud just disappears. And then another one pops up in a different place and it goes away. It's crazy. I'm sure it's science. But still. Huh. But thank you, Robbie. I always love hanging out with you, too. Is the 5G thing happening? And is Luke Fox going to be the next Batman? If so, that would be effing awesome. The Luke Fox Batman thing is still happening, but he's not replacing Bruce. They're going to do that story. I don't know if it's going to be in a multiverse situation or if it's going to be alongside, but John Ridley is doing that. I think it's a 12-issue series. I think it's Oliver Coipel on the artwork. So they are doing it, but it's not like they're replacing Batman. Tynian's going to stay on the Bruce title. And most of the other 5G stuff, I think, got canned. And I think what's happened is some of it is going to be redressed as multiverse type stuff or graphic novels, something like that. But probably not too much of it. Because they were just getting started, ramping up for it when Dan DiDio got canned. Robbie, do you ever have speculators coming in early to the shop? Do they ever inquire about hot books? We have some very dedicated customers that come in right when we open. Some are specs, some are scalpers, some are flippers, some are just readers. But we get a big wave right at first, and they don't usually come to us. They'll go straight to the shelves and they'll start going through. But that's why on hot books we do a limit. So, like with Thor #6 this week, we're like 1 per person per cover. Unless you pre-ordered multiple copies, which we have people that do that. And then, of course, they got it. We sold every one of them at cover price, though. Sometimes they will, though. They'll come up and be like, hey, do you have this? I'll be like, sorry, sold out. Because sometimes what will happen is we'll have a whole bunch of people. I guess they all get the same information from somewhere. And on Tuesday, usually on Tuesday or Monday, right around the same time, you'll get a whole bunch of messages being like, hey, I want this, I want this. And some people will be like, I want 10 copies of this. We're like, well, we'll see, because our idea is it's not always about just selling out, period, and making money. To us, it's about making sure our customers get serviced. So we want to make sure that everybody, Thor's a hot book, we want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to pick up Thor #1. Even the people that come in on Thursday. J-Strick's got a good pro tip. Buy every Vault and Boom #1 plus variants. You're right. Robbie, do you still follow Die? No, I need to get caught up on that one. That's been on the list to get caught up on. Instead, I reread Venom this week. It's crazy. Brooks got the new He-Man, Tila, and Evil Lyn. Hell yeah. See, I'm glad y'all are getting into the origins. I'll just stick with the vintage, and I can just experience the origins with y'all. I have too many toys right now. Too many toys. I'm doing this vintage Masters of the Universe thing. There's still certain pieces that I want to get, like, like the Punisher van, and then there's like this random weird thing with certain Transformers that are coming out now, and then of course the Lightning Collection, which just keeps pumping out fucking exclusives at places. I'm falling way behind. I'm drowning right now. I'm drowning. I'm drowning in my toys. Like, not here. I'm drowning in the toys that I have yet to buy. Vault's Free Comic Book Day coming out this week. I don't know. I didn't see that on the list, but I don't see the Free Comic Book Days usually on that list. Robbie hooked me up with a Robin Death Metal 3 cover at cover price. He's straight up the man. Well, thank you, David. You're the man. You're the man. But yeah, Robbie Bateman got that same hookup. Most of our customers did. But I made sure that you guys got them because they went quick. That Robin King cover on Death Metal 3. Pff. Robbie, what's your thoughts on Dark Horse? I have a feeling their days are numbered. I don't want to think that. I think they're really banking right now on Umbrella Academy. And yeah, Jim Mint's in the house, everybody. Jim Mint. They do a lot of the manga reprints too. And so they got some things coming, but they're very slow to get restarted. And out of everybody, they've been the slowest, and that's kind of concerning. But I think even with the side story that they're doing with Umbrella Academy, I think they're hoping to get some heat on that. But they've lost a lot of those licenses. But that also means that that's money they're not having to pay anymore. And Jim's made a good point there that they're aren't they the ones that do like Berserk or whatever, and like they do a lot of manga, and they do really nice editions of it. And I'm pretty sure they've been in contact with Mike Mignola being like, bro, get us some Hellboy out right the fuck now. But I don't know. But they have been very slow to restart. Very, very slow. Valiant's one I would be worried about too. And I see Samuel right there. Yeah. What about Valiant? Yeah. Valiant's one I would say to be a little worried about too. But I think they'll be fine. They just got to get it going again. But let's be honest, Dark Horse and Valiant didn't really have too much that was like being hype when the shutdown happened. So when like Boom came back or when Marvel came back, you know, and DC, like they had big books that people were really excited for. You know, Batman 92 over at DC. At Marvel, Venom 25, the Thor stuff. And then at Boom, you know, people wanted to see, oh, I got to get Something's Killing the Children, Once and Future. Shit like that, so. Jim, by the way, this Thursday night's going to be our monthly meetup. I was going to send you a message. So, but since you're here, I might as well tell you now. But it's going to be 8 p.m. Central Time. I'll send you the link, and if you're available, feel free to pop in, buddy. Everyone's waiting on the Man-O-War movies. Well, you know, they had the Bloodshot movie, which is okay. I mean, it's a fun, mindless action movie at certain times, but what's the highest selling Boom book? That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. Maybe somebody out there in the PCP Army can find out for me. But I would suspect that it's probably Something is Killing the Children or like Power Rangers. Absolutely, buddy. I'll send it to you. Well, Man-O-War just had the one issue, right? They sent me the digital number 2, but I haven't read it. I need to get down and read that. Strickland, we're just meaning like what's the best-selling Boom? What's the most ordered Boom book each month? We can find the numbers, I'm sure. Sorry for the delay. But Bob had to remind me of something. Hero and the Kid's going to be on this week too for the monthly meetup. Hell yeah. Super cool. I watched Will's I watched Will's interview with Fire Guy Ryan. That was a good one. Something is killing the children's doing something that Walking Dead did, which is, it's a trend, and if it continues, it could be something, because what's happening is that each issue of Something is Killing the Children keeps outselling the issue before. And you don't usually see this. Usually you see the order numbers start going down and then leveling to a point, right? But on Something is Killing the Children's, it's ramping up. It's ramping up. Now Bueller's going to be there. Be Bueller, Dylan, Bob, me, Hero and the Kid, and hopefully Jim, if he's available. And Pablo will be there too. The ultra-terrestrial. The official ultra-terrestrial of PCP. So you know that they're going to do a Something is Killing the Children TV show. And if they do it right, it has potential, because it's one of those things that people don't know it's a comic book. So a lot more people will check it out if they don't know it's a comic book. I mean this. I'm talking about the muggles out there. People don't give a shit about comic books, right? They exist, believe it or not. We're a small percentage, right? And so that Something is Killing the Children has potential, like Walking Dead, to be a show that hits kind of big. And if it hits big and that book's still going, those early issues are going to go up even further. And it seems like the variants, especially the Virgin variants, are getting pretty big. What, is Dylan in here? Where's Dylan? Is Dylan in here? I don't see him. Y'all just, because I said him? Because I said his name? Yeah, the Comics of the Month stream is on every single month, and we rotate channels. So, this week it's on Pop Culture Philosophers. I don't think, here's the thing, Zombie, I don't think Something is Killing the Children is going to get the Walking Dead numbers. Because I don't think so. Boom doesn't do the best job of keeping their collected editions in print. But I don't know, man. I probably would have said the same thing about, why is everybody hollering at Dylan? Is Dylan here? Where's Dylan? It's a fucking mystery. Fucking Teen Dog Shades Night. Where the hell's Dylan? I mean, he's working, right? I just see everybody shouting out Dylan. That son of a bitch. And I just... Where's he at? If y'all don't subscribe to Dylan's Comics channel, y'all need to, because one of our ideas for Horror Fest this year is to do an after party on Dylan's channel. Usually probably on like a Saturday night or something. Yeah, I'm very excited. Very excited for Horror Fest. Jim talking shit. Bueller was there when I won the Comic Gories title too. Yeah, we're supposed to be doing another one of those. My comics are in a complete disarray again. Aside from the ones, like basically all the ones that I had put together are still put together, but now I got more just sitting around. Oh yeah, Strickland, is he? I think y'all are fucking with me. Dylan's not there. See, Bueller's involved in it, so I know he's just fucking with me. PCP's really got to me. Really got to me. Man, I was not feeling good this afternoon, but I feel great now. We're already at 2 hours. I haven't even gotten to any of the fucking topics we're supposed to do. Let's go ahead and talk about DC Fandome. Let's do it. We've already touched on some of this. First things first, Suicide Squad. Okay, so Suicide Squad was my favorite actual panel. Like, I enjoyed it. James Gunn talking to everybody. They did this goofy little game. They had the entire cast there. It was a lot of fun. Lots of great information. I love the way that he described his love of the original John Ostrander Suicide Squad book from the late 80s, early 90s, and that he was actually viewing this as being a sequel to that comic book run. The characters look amazing. They're very, at times, comic book accurate. That's the best on-screen Harley Quinn look I've seen so far. I love it. Dude, look at John Cena's Peacemaker. That is one of the most comic book accurate things I've seen in a comic book movie. And it works. Like, he looks like the fucking... Basically, if you don't know who the Peacemaker is, he's the character that the comedian is based on in Watchmen. Idris Elba right there. Look at him. He's playing Bloodsport. We'll talk more about that in a second. But look at King Shark. Y'all, King Shark could be the breakout star. He could be DC's Groot after this movie. Look how cute he looks, but he's also going to be super deadly, and I bet he's going to be funny. Bruh. Get your first appearance of King Shark right now. Was that an old one? Idris Elba is Bloodsport. We finally know who he is. Bloodsport's basically like a version of Deadshot in a way, but not as sophisticated. But I love Bloodsport. This is the one created, I believe it is created by John Byrne in this issue, I think. I don't think he was a pre-existing character. Maybe he was. But I've always loved this character. They brought in this white dude, Bloodsport, later on, who was like a super racist or whatever. But the original Bloodsport I really, really liked. That's who he's playing, and I'm excited. We also got confirmation that Michael Keaton is indeed in the Flash movie, as well as Ben Affleck. So they're turning the Flash movie into a Batman movie, and that's kind of a, a cheap way out, but whatever. Look at that. That concept art. Michael Keaton with the Flash, the modern day movie Flash. Hell yeah. I'm excited. Also a new suit. That's some of the concept art for it right there. Wonder Woman trailer. Really liked this one too. Kind of got me a little hyped for the movie. I love what Kristen Wiig, it seems like she's delivering a real performance. It could be in danger of being something like Edward Nygma from Batman Forever, but it almost seems like she's going to do it a little bit more nuanced, and I like that. The Steve Trevor stuff was funny. Wonder Woman looks badass. Max Lord looks cool, but it looks different. But y'all, Cheetah looks freaking awesome. That scene, which totally is Act 3, the final fight, right? Like, don't show me too much in the movie, but that's probably meaning that we're only going to see this form of the Cheetah at the end of the movie. So, but still, it looked cool. Snyder Cut, y'all. The Snyder Cut trailer was really weird. Really weird. Because it was 4:3, and it had that Hallelujah song, that he used in the sex scene of Watchmen. So that's weird. But I absolutely am so excited for this movie. Dark Side, I love it. It looks a bit video gamey, but I'm assuming that this isn't quite finished. You know what I'm saying? This is something they put together for the Fandome event. It comes out in May. It's going to be 4 one-part episodes. And then at first, I saw a lot of people saying that this was Dark Side. This looks a lot more finished. If you look at that one, it looks a little bit more video gamey. This looks a bit more finished and cinematic, but I'm pretty sure that that's Steppenwolf. Pretty sure. The Black Adam, you didn't really see much, but you saw enough. You basically see a bunch of concept art to just show you what The Rock is going to look like as the character, what the scope and scale of the story is going to be, and it sold me. It sold me 100%. I've been really kind of against the idea of this movie because I was like, why a Black Adam movie? Just put him in Shazam or put him in a Justice League movie. But seriously, y'all, I'm dope. I'm super excited. Then we have the Batman. This was the one they ended the night with. Super, super, super pumped to see the first footage, right? Because we knew it was coming. First of all, my second favorite panel was this panel because Matt Reeves, everything he said about Batman and his influences, even in particular how he said Chinatown and French Connection and Taxi Driver were kind of influences on what he's trying to do. He's bringing up a very corrupt city that Batman's having to deal with. I think on screen, I think Robert Pattinson looks amazing as the character. The voice worked. I'm very excited. Colin Farrell as Penguin, y'all. That's Colin Farrell as Penguin. Dude is unrecognizable. When the trailer was over, I was like, I don't think we saw Penguin. I saw a guy that maybe was Penguin. Nah, that's Colin Farrell as Penguin. And dude, I'm so pumped for that. So that was DC Fandome. That was exciting. That was cool. Now, for the hell of it, let's watch the Batman trailer. Let's watch it. Because I just got to watch this again. I love the look of this, the tone, the look, everything about it. Just looks so freaking cool to me. The music. I'm worried we're going to get pulled off YouTube because of the music, but who cares? Here it comes. Oh, yeah, and Jeffrey Wright as Commissioner Gordon, y'all. Come on. Come on. Jeffrey Wright as Commissioner Gordon. I'm so pumped for that. It looks amazing. He's such a brilliant actor. He's really going to bring a lot to this. I'm so freaking pumped. And then I start getting chills right here. Chills right here.
Let's play a game.
And it's the Riddler. What does a liar do when he's dead? He lies still.
Any of this mean anything to you?
Here we go. When this happened, I lost my shit. The music, The so that's like the commissioner. I think that's Loeb. That's a Winter Soldier right there. There's Alfred. Super cool. So the Riddler seems to be like the main focus on this. The Penguin's in there. You're about to be seeing him soon. And it seems like they're more building up to the Penguin. Get some Catwoman action right here. Looks good. I love that she's got the ears, even on that little... There he is. Listen to that. Now, is that a Joker gang, or is it some kind of like Skullface gang? I don't know. But I'm excited to find out. And here we go. The best part of the trailer. All right, we're going to take that off because YouTube just let me know that there was copyrighted material. It's a trailer. It's a trailer. Anyway. So I took it off, so hopefully we'll still be fine. But yeah, literally, it was like, we've detected copyrighted audio and video in your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. So we just cut it out at the end there. Hopefully you guys are all still seeing me and hearing me. It looks like it's still going on. But we're about to be taking a break anyway. I fucking knew they'd do that. That's a trailer. I should be able to play trailers, man. I really should be able to. I mean, literally, I'm just trying to pump up the movie. But anyway, I should have just used images. What was I thinking? I didn't care. I got all happy because last week we used that Fable. Fuck YouTube, we're PCP. That song by Fable, the Transformers, I had no problems with that, so. Yeah, don't worry. We took it off. Yeah, pill popping snitches. Pill popping snitches. I knew. I should have cut it up. That's what I should have done. Anyway, what else were we going to do? I do want to go ahead and talk about this. So I watched Lovecraft Country last night. The first episode, second episode's tonight. And I'm very excited to check it out because I loved this this show. This was great. It has a little bit of a slow start, but once you really get invested into the characters, when the craziness starts, it just goes crazy again. Great performances by everybody involved. And yes, it does get very Lovecrafty in even the first episode. I loved it. It's also bloody. It's an absolute fantastic horror book that's actually speaking on some real stuff. Lovecraft Country was amazing. I've never read the book, but I watched some stuff that was explaining about the book, and so they were talking about there's so much genre fiction from the early 20th century that because of the prejudices and just the society at the time, a lot of black people weren't able to be a part of as far as in characters and stories, right? So that Lovecraft Country, the book, was kind of written as a way to kind of connect the black community of sci-fi and horror fans to that era in a way. And I really like what it's trying to speak. The most tense stuff that happens in this first episode had nothing to do with Lovecraftian monsters, which that's in there, but it had everything to do with them being trapped in this sundown county as the sun's going down and the sheriff's like fucking with them. That's one of the most intense scenes I've seen in a TV show in a long time. All right, YouTube's taking the warning off. It's probably going to get demonetized and it's going to get that, maybe they'll take that whole bit out, but whatever. I thought if I talked enough during it. Well, no, not to do that anymore. We used to do trailer reactions here. And yeah, Lovecraft Country, movie quality, loved it. We used to do trailer reactions back in the early days. A lot of people do them. And some of them we'd get away with and some of them we wouldn't. And Fox, we always had problems with. Never had a problem with the Warner Brothers trailer, though. Especially one that's literally on like 200 fucking YouTube channels right now. But whatever. Just pick on the small guys. Anyway, Lovecraft Country was really, really good. And I know that it debuted last week and people were talking about it in the stream. So I wanted to let you know that I approve. I freaking loved it. Loved it, loved it, loved it. All right, we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. I do not have the Transformers song set up from Fable. But I do have an oldie but a goodie. So, y'all, get your fucking hands in the air.
Put your fucking hands in the air. Put your fucking hands in the air. Put your fucking hands in the air. Put your fucking hands in the air. Put your fucking hands in the air.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to Pop Culture Philosophers, Rockin Robbie Live, Teen Dog Shades Night, third act. That means we getting loosey goosey juicy. Let's do it. How's everybody doing? I hope you enjoyed That song provided by Fable Mob right there. Got to play the Who's the Boss one, but that one's risky too. I'll play it. Is that one of the ones you sent last week? I haven't actually listened to those ones yet, because I don't remember Who's the Boss one. But I got to thank Fable for giving us some of his music to play. I love the musical interludes here. I think it's nice, you know, if you're going to stick through for a 3 to 4 hour live stream, you might as well have piss breaks, right? Plan them, you know? Spotlight some tunes. Fable people always want to know where to find your music. If you got a link or something, just throw it out. Anyway, you know, all that stuff. You see the scroll, you see the ticker, you see the patrons, all that jazz. We're very grateful for y'all. So thank you. Please hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. 3 more likes, and we have as many likes as we have people in the chat, which would be really, really cool. But it is a Teen Dog Shades night here. Good to see that we're still live. YouTube didn't pull us down for a 2-minute violation on copyright. Fucking trailer. But we got some fun stuff out. It's a Teen Dog Shades night. Throw some questions out. What do you guys want to talk about? Let's talk some Teen Dog Shades type stuff. What y'all want to talk about? First of all, y'all remember that UFO sighting, right? The confirmation from the Pentagon. Here's one of the videos. Hope I don't get pulled down for that. Dude, that's crazy. They're going to be revealing some shit soon about aliens, man. I got to get Kevin back on the channel and talk about that, because these slow little leaks that they're dripping out, like, oh, here's some footage that this is real, and we can't explain what these things are. And we're concerned. And then the report came out a few weeks ago where they're like, yeah, you know, we're pretty sure that we have materials from craft made not of this world. What? What? No sound on what? You can't hear me? Fable says he's on SoundCloud. Anyway, so they're slowly leaking this stuff out, right? Why? Why so slow? Why so weirdly? Why? What's going on? You know? That's interesting stuff. But I would definitely be expecting more things to be released about the UFO phenomenon and what's going on with that. I should have played it with no sound. I almost did. Either way. One of the streams I was watching that stuff on, because I didn't want to just sit on my computer, at my computer all day. So I'd watch some online, and then I'd go and just like watch a YouTuber stream it, and they always had to keep. You need to get Bob Lazar on my show for a Teen Dog Shades night. Wow. I don't know if he'd agree to do a live show. But that would be fun. Yeah, they check for it by sound. That's a good point. Tis a good point. Two recommendations for shows, Lovecraft Country and The Osbournes' Wanna Believe. I'm not sure what that second one is. Bob Lazar would be cool. I want to have Elliot Rahal on the show. I need to reach out to him. Everybody says, like Leon and Justin, they say that he and Alex even said that he would be totally cool with doing that. So we definitely got to get him on. He's Elliot Rahal believes that he had an abduction experience, and he's written about it even in books like Midnight Vista. So, and he talks about it, and I bet I hear that he'd be very interested in even talking about it probably here. So I got to get on that. And we got plenty of people that want to do Teen Dog Shades nights. I feel like those nights are even more fun because I get to bounce around with other people and we get really deep into it, you know? And it's fun. You know, here it's fun to do Teen Dog Shades nights because, I mean, we're still doing the regular Rockin Robbie at the same time, right? But those nights are fun. My favorite so far has been, I mean, I've loved both of those. But Yeah. Good stuff. Ricky, the thing about the Galactus stuff and the Thor run is I've seen that before, so that's not the most impressive thing to me. The impressive thing to me was the revelation of where the story's going, like the rising of Thanos and his powers and those kind of things. That's what's more interesting to me. Something big will come out of the Galactus stuff, I'm sure, but yeah, I don't think that. I mean, he'll be back. We should do a Stanley seance? Nah, Jack Kirby. But no, we wouldn't want to do that. You do an invocation of one of the Kirby's new gods. Metron or Orion. Something like that. Do that. Do that. That's what I would recommend. There we go. All right, let's talk about the Bermuda Triangle. So the Bermuda Triangle was something that really fascinated me when I was a kid. I loved hearing and reading about stories, in particular the Flight 19, 1945, a random training exercise. These planes, they go out and they're just flying off the coast of Florida, and they wind up getting lost. They're radioing in, they're completely off course, and they just disappeared. And then they sent a search party out, and that disappeared as well. That's just crazy stuff. But the more you actually look into it and you learn more about the Gulf Stream and things like that, that's why maybe the wreckage of a lot of these things can't be found, is because the Gulf Stream and all that stuff. But the Bermuda Triangle, to me, is something that I was absolutely, utterly fascinated with when I was a kid, but it's definitely something to me that seems a bit more scientifically explainable. Here is the thing, though. I mean, Jim meant wormhole. You know, people got the wormhole theory. Some people got the Atlantis theory. We talked about that a little bit when I did the Atlantis rant. I think that's way bogus because Atlantis, if anything, was closer to Europe, obviously. But, or in Atlanta, Georgia. But, you know, it's okay. There is a higher number of missing ships and planes in that area. And it's like almost a 500,000 square miles or something, right? It's Miami to Bermuda to San Juan, right? Aliens is an interesting theory for some of them. Chris Columbus, during the Columbus voyage, they talked about seeing strange lights out there and more turbulent weather and things like that. But what we do know about that area of the ocean is that there are more dangerous storms there. I mean, look, right now there are 2 hurricanes coming at the same time. And there are more disappearances of ships and planes, but there's more traffic in that area because of where it is, right? Because it's so close to everything like the Caribbean and all that stuff. The idea of the Bermuda Triangle didn't even get popularized till the 50s and the 60s. So a lot of these disappearances, they do go back further, but you can find disappearances, strange disappearances of aircraft and shipcraft, sailing ships and shit. You can see this kind of stuff in other areas of the ocean, but it seems to happen more here. What it just happens, if you do the math, statistically, it corresponds to the level of activity. The more ships are there, so you account for the average of how many of those ships would go missing, and it actually statistically is the same for its volume of traffic as any other place in the ocean. And then when you have the Gulf Stream there, a lot of that wreckage could be wiped away. Like Flight 19 is a crazy one, though. It's a crazy story because the search party that they went out, there was 27 people, I think, that whole thing that went missing, just gone forever. And they don't know what happened to them. And there's all kinds of stuff about like gas bubbles popping out and magnetic fields. There's interesting, weird magnetic things going on in that area, and it throws off navigation. So it leads me to believe that most possibly Flight 19 and the search party, they got hit with some kind of magnetic storm. They couldn't find their direction. It's 1945. They wind up lost. They eventually run out of fuel. They crash, and the wreckage gets drifted away into a very rather large ocean. But there's a lot of other theories, but it's just, as much as I love them, I got to point out the idea that a lot of it is just bullshit, you know? And we can't let some of the bullshit take us away from what the real shit is. Like, that UFO shit, that's crazy. That's real. And that's crazy. Now, I'm not saying that Bermuda doesn't have some mystery to it. And I love the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle. I love it. I've always loved it, ever since I was a kid. But for the most part, and you do have people that say that, like, there's that dude who claims that he wound up in a vortex, right? And then other scientists said that that could have been a storm, and blah, 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 and this and that, and I don't know. But I think for the most part, the Bermuda Triangle is not as mysterious as we want it to be. But that's just me. But still, spooky things out there happen. And I wouldn't be against the idea that it's an area where lots of weird shit can happen. What about Jimmy Hoffa? He got killed, man. He did. It's the bottom of some river or something. I see some people got some ideas about the Bermuda Triangle. I just think it's one that's easy to kind of debunk as just something that's coincidence. Because like I said, there are a larger number of disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle area. But if you compare it to the amount of traffic that it sees, the ratio is pretty much the same with any other part of the ocean. Ships sink, planes crash, unfortunately. You add in more extreme weather. You add in the idea that, magnetic storms can fuck with compasses. But there could be something else going on there. But I don't know. I think if there was some kind of portal or something, it'd be a little bit more consistent, right? Yeah, there is a similar section of ocean at Japan. It's because there's a lot of ships going in and out of Japan. A lot of planes, right? If you look at a map of all the traffic, ships and planes, you'll notice that they are concentrated in certain areas, and those are some of them. Didn't they say they saw the UFO submerge? Who? I've heard that, but I don't remember who. Yeah, and a majority of the cruise ships travel in the triangle on a weekly basis. The aliens' base of operations is there, underwater. Isn't that giant satellite in Puerto Rico? But I think it's a fun thing. But every time I go back to research the Bermuda Triangle, I just get more and more just like, it's all just real science. Curse this real science. Robbie, if you like the Bermuda Triangle, Google David Gemmell. His Stones of Power Cycle novels tie into King Arthur, Cataclysm, and Atlantis. Ooh, interesting. I'll have to check that out. I will. Because I'm all for the idea of ancient civilizations being a bit more advanced than we think, and that civilization actually is older than we think, and all that Graham Hancock shit, right? And I love it. I love those theories. But I don't think the Atlantis theory is connected to the Bermuda Triangle at all. I know it is by some people, but overall, I don't think so. But those books sound right up my wheelhouse. What's up with the black glove on Thanos? I think it's either a death gem or it's connected to Null. Maybe Null gets turned into a death gem, a void abyss gem, something like that. But I believe it's something very similar probably to a Black Lantern ring, but a gauntlet, maybe tied into Null, maybe not. Maybe tied into Black Winter, maybe not. But it is what is giving him control, I think, over the dead. But a death gem is something that exists in other universes. So why not ours? Why can't it not be created? I'm interested to see where the story's going. But that's what I think about that. What do y'all think the black glove is? What do y'all think it is? All right, don't forget this upcoming Thursday night. Where's it at? We're having the monthly meetup here. It's going to be me, Bob from Everything Comics, Dylan from Dylan's Comics, Bueller from Comics with Bueller, maybe Jim Mint, and Hero and the Kid. We'll be talking about our favorite comic books of the month. Friday night, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey live movie review. Then the following Monday, Comics Bookcase will be on here talking about his website, comic books, and his brand new comic book on Kickstarter. Then the following Thursday, David Papose will be here on the channel talking about his work on such titles like Going to the Chapel, Spencer and Locke, and of course the upcoming OZ. Very excited for that. Blackest Night coming to Marvel. There's the Thor variant with Thor and Null on the cover. May just be an artistic choice. It might be, but I noticed that, and I definitely think there will be a connection. Because remember, Null has a connection to Thor already. Thor is the person who initially kind of defeated Null with the light, right? So I'm sure that's going to come full circle. What do you think about that new book called Crossover? I'm very pumped for it. It's Donny Cates and Jeff Shaw doing as if they were able to do the most giant, epic crossover in comic book history. Even though they're not allowed to do it, they're going to have stand-ins for those characters. And so I'm very, very excited. I think it's going to be big. It's going to be epic, and he's going meta with it, is the idea. So I'm pretty freaking excited. How much can a spine tick on a book affect the grade? Usually a point or two. Just a simple spine tick. It depends if it breaks color or not. If it doesn't break color, it might actually be pressed. But I'd say typically a spine tick is about a point or two. Meaning like it would turn a 9.8 into a 9.6 or 9.5 or something like that, right? Like, not that it would take it down an entire grade from a 9 to an 8. Robbie, have you been reading JLO? J-Lo. Yeah, man. I really like that book. It's pretty good. I think it got really better. I think it vastly improved when Dan Abnett came on. It's nearing its finale, and it's ramping it up. That last issue had some major dark side action. Roll that beautiful dark side footage. Arminio says, yes, I might make both of those shows this week. Hell yeah, brother. Hope to see you there. Russell, if you could have any comics writer on the show, who would it be? It would be Grant Morrison. I'd be so fucking nervous, but it would be Grant Morrison. 100%. Easy. Scan variant has Null wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. Hell yeah. Taki says, you're right about grading, Robbie. I hope so. I do it for a living. Perpetua and Thanos team up. He wants to impress Perpetua. Perpetua is not even the big bad. Remember, this has been the whole thing. You build up Perpetua. It's a big deal. And it actually turns out to be the Batman who laughs. The darkest night. And I love that, right? And I don't want people to forget, though, about the people that Perpetua was afraid of. Because that's going to be utilized. Basically, her brethren, sisterhood, her siblings, her people. There are other Perpetua types out there that are a little bit more benevolent, allegedly. So they'll definitely come to play, right? Eric says, my favorite GLA run is Morrison's. Same here, my man. Also, my favorite X-Men run. And The Invisibles is probably, outside of Fantastic Four, my absolute favorite comic book. Love it. Love it, love it. Want to see him do an extended run on Flash. Robbie, what's your opinion on Robin King? Oh, great character, very funny, in a sadistic kind of way. I liked his very first appearances. I'm excited. I don't think he's got too much staying power, but the thing is, when a character hits like this on the aftermarket, DC's going to pay attention to that, and I wouldn't be surprised if they somehow manage to try to keep the Robin King around. But I see the character eventually fizzling out. But right now, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I think it's very cool to add to the story. I just hope that they don't try to let him stick around past his usefulness, if that makes sense. 100%. Morrison's JLA is great. Reading Grant Morrison's JLA is like going to church. I love the hell out of it. I think it's great, and even the usage of, I mean, he was stuck with mullet Superman at first, and electric blue Superman, and he made it work. He is the best usage of the electric Superman was in those JLA ones, especially that story where they're like fighting the angels, and he literally has to like use his magnetic powers to like move the moon. Morrison is so legendary. Yes, he is. Herminio says, I heard Perpetua is afraid of Tapeworm Boy. Yeah, because he's angry. Why? Why is Tapeworm Boy sad? Why is he angry? You'll find out one day eventually. Trust me. I know. He's so sad because something's in the way. Ooh. Copyright. Just kidding. We do have a top 5 coming up, and I'm very excited for it. There was a ship that entered the Bermuda Triangle, and it was later found along the shores of North Carolina abandoned. Yeah, it's a creepy, cool story, but that kind of stuff happens. It does. But it's really nice to speculate on crazy explanations. I love doing that shit. I just still think that the Bermuda Triangle is just a dangerous place because of the amount of traffic, the amount of bad weather. Very dangerous storms. Literally 2 coming at us right now. That's crazy. Fable, I watched Lost like a motherfucker, man. I've watched it 3 times all the way through. But I've definitely watched the first 2 seasons more. Rewatching them over and over before the next season began. I love Lost all the way through. Season 3 is a bit weak for me, but I love the last 3 years. I think it's really strong. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. There he is. Dylan, you son of a bitch. Is Black Widow coming to Disney? The plan right now is still to do theaters, but we shall see. No official announcement on its streaming. If Mulan does well, then maybe, but I don't know if Mulan's going to do what they want it to do. I love the moving island idea. Yeah, me too. That's really cool stuff. Lost is great because it's able to like take all this character work that's so strong and tie it in with a mystery that for me completely like is revealed at a great pace. And when you can tell when they start hitting a wall and then they break it with those last 3 seasons. And I love it. Great character work, great mystery. Great revelation and fulfillment of said mystery, and I loved the ending. A very emotional show to me. Wow, Robbie, out of all the things you believe in, you don't believe in the Bermuda Triangle? You know it, Jay Strick. I had a comment today on the weekly pop culture wrap-up that just said, baseball is bad and boring, or something like that. It's a weird stretch, isn't it? Like, what the... This is what a random comment. Baseball sucks, bro. Okay. Good for you. Why don't they do a live show with airplanes flying through the triangle? I mean, I'm sure they could. Have you watched Lost chronologically? No, they did a recut. See, I like how those flashbacks and the flash sideways, I like how they tie in thematically to each character arc as it goes. So I don't know if I'd like that. Be like when you watch Memento in the right order, you're like, It's more clever the other way. We need to go back. Dude, that blew my mind too. Was that the end of season 3? Or was that 4? Ah. We have to go back. PCP through the triangle. Brooks can co-pilot. Yeah, let's do it. Live streaming might be a little bit difficult. Weird stretch, Strickland. Basketball's great in baseball. I don't agree with you, but I'll let you have your little battles here since your Knicks didn't make it into the playoffs. How about them Lakers, though? Mm-hmm. What's up with all the League of Their Own shirts? I love League of Their Own. I love baseball. I love baseball movies. I love baseball movie quotes. When the light went on in the hatch with John Locke, oh my God. When he's like, what do you want me to do? Show me. Like, bruh. Bloodsport or kickboxer? Bloodsport. Bloodsport all the way. I fucking love Bloodsport. Bloodsport's my jam. And the music in Bloodsport. Ah, it's brilliant. I love it. Herminio says basketball is boring. Boring it ain't to me. Some games can be boring, but I understand why people think baseball is boring, but when you're into it, like me and like Herminio are, like, baseball is not boring. Like, many people in my life are like, I just don't know how you can keep watching 3+ hour long baseball games. And I'm like, I love them. And baseball is a great sport because you get to do other things. You can actually read and watch baseball because you won't miss anything. It's not like constant action. But I love the rhythm of it. And when you're really into it, eating like a nice hot dog or some popcorn or some peanuts or some sunflower seeds, have a beer, have a soda, something like that. Oh, I just love it. Just love it. Bruce says Mavericks are going to upset the Clippers and then the Lakers. Bold choice. He's already saying that the Lakers are going to beat Portland, which I think is going to happen. I think the Lakers are going to make it because when they need to turn it on, they turn it on. Or at least 2 or 3 of them can turn it on. Yeah, when Charlie died, not Penny's boat. Lost was a TV show that would make me cry sometimes. I'm not even fucking kidding y'all. I cried that moment. I don't care. I'm still a man. JCVD or JDF? Ooh. I have to go JDF just because of his attachment to Power Rangers. But let's be honest. JCVD's had the more illustrious career. I call baseball Valium ball, but more power to you. Love me some football. I like football too. Big NFL fan. Love college too. College is going to be weird. I know a lot of colleges canceled the season for the fall. Here down in the South, man, we're like, hell no, we need our football. So they're doing SEC games. And so I'm excited to check them out. But the level of play sometimes in college football, to me, is not near as exciting as NFL. Like, when I watch a day of college football on Saturday, and then I watch NFL on Sunday, the level of talent is just, like, increased, like, so much that the level of play is way more intense in the NFL level. But I love the college football environment. The cold, out on the stadium, the band playing. Like, I was in band, so like I'm a big fan of marching bands. And I'm that guy that will watch the halftime show if I can on the ESPN app or something. But it's going to be weird without all that there. I think so. But football, I'm a Cowboys diehard, and I'm an Auburn Tigers fan. So that's where I am on football. Just wish we could have signed a deal with fucking Dak, man. What am I sipping on? Straight to ale. Monkey Knot. Fantastic beer. See, I don't know about that. Man, my Fable, man, I love you, man. I'm going to have to disagree there. I don't think college players go harder. Not at all. This whole for love of the game shit that people say, they say it down here a lot, dude. Like down here in the South, especially in Alabama, football is fucking king, dude. Right? Like you'll get your ass beat if you grab the wrong color Jello on Iron Bowl, Saturday, right? Like it's just like that's the way it is. So and they say that all the time. Like I like college football better because they're not playing for money. They're playing harder. I don't think they play harder. No, I don't. Some of them do, but this is why there's a big disparity in college football. And it's because there's some good college players, but the great ones, the ones that really go to the NFL and become something big, that's a rarity. So you wind up having these teams that get stacked. Your Alabamas, your LSUs, your Ohio States, shit like that, right? And they kind of wind up, it's like the same programs that are up there, right? And one of the reasons why I love being an Auburn fan is that sometimes it's a fight for Auburn because Alabama is so known down here and so well loved. And the Auburn fans are kind of like the redheaded stepchildren of Alabama football, right? But, I mean, I get that they play. I get it. I get that they play hard and they're intense about it and they love it. But some of them just are straight up just unathletic, big dudes. Some of them are people that just have a skill set and they just want to go to school and be popular and get laid. Like, I'm not even kidding. There's nothing wrong with that. It's your college experience. Do it the way you want. But, like, the people in the NFL, man, those are professionals and they got to bring it or they're going to lose the job and they don't play football professionally. So I think they go harder. To be honest with you, in the NFL. Now I know there are a lot of rules, but this isn't the old school days where college kids were just beating the shit out of each other. But I don't know. See, Fable, that's what I'm saying. Not every one of them is trying to make it to the league. Some of them know that they don't have a shot. Some of them are trying to make it, and they work. Like seeing certain players, like seeing, for instance, for an Auburn fan, seeing Cam Newton play, that was amazingly brilliant. But that's not your typical flow. What's that kid from LSU last year? It was amazing watching him. I hate saying that. I hate fucking LSU. Obviously. SEC West, baby. But it's just, I think they play harder in the NFL. I do. I mean, that's just a level of play. You can't, not every college football player is trying to make it to the league. And also, like, every other game sometimes is against, like, basically a high school team. Oh, how exciting is it to watch Alabama trump Louisiana Monroe? You know what I'm saying? Or to watch Auburn play a team like that. Like, it's nice to watch your team dominate, but you know what I'm saying? At least in the NFL, like, every game is make or break, And I know that's one of the exciting things about college football, but one of the most tense things, like, I get wrecked with anxiety when I watch Auburn football because in college football, the way the rankings work and shit, you lose one game, that's it. You're not going to make it to the championship now. And so it's like, it gets like really fucking intense and like the shit talking around here. And I love shit talking. And don't shit talk if you can't dish it out. But man, like it gets intense here. And the level of pride you'll have. But Fable, like 100%, I get what you're saying, and you get what I'm saying. So we both understand each other, and I like both. I know a lot of people don't like NFL for certain reasons. They think maybe because they're highly paid, that they're like, and you hear the shit like people that do like holdouts and this and like even with the Dak situation this year. So Peace Savers, like I just don't even want to think about that because it is a business, and there is something that pulls away. And I know that's the thing that gets said down here, is that college football is better because there's not the business aspect. And so these kids are just playing from the heart. Number one, bullshit. Like those kids at Alabama, those kids at LSU, those kids at Ohio State, those kids are getting paid. You know what I'm saying? Like it's real. Watch the program. Like that's real shit, dude. They get paid. Some of them, the really good ones. So there is an incentive to play there and to be good. And especially there is the idea that they want to go. And it's just, but like, are you going to tell me that college basketball is as exciting as the NBA? Like, I love college basketball. I hate that we missed March Madness this year. It's one of my favorite things to do is watch March Madness. But the level of play in college basketball is not like the NBA, because some of those kids aren't going to the NBA. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just there's a certain level of talent you got to be. There's a lot of colleges out there that need basketball players and football players, but there's not as many NFL teams and NBA teams. So they get stacked with the best from college. But most of the time, the college players are just playing fucking scrubs. That's what's exciting to me about if the SEC does pop off, it's still going to be all in conference. So that's going to be really interesting. That means we all play each other. And crazy. Like Auburn's second game is scheduled to be Georgia. What the fuck? Season could be ruined right from the beginning. Y'all remember when Clark joined the football team in Smallville? No. I watched as little Smallville as possible. My homie, James, I used to live with, one of my old roommates, he loved Smallville, and so he would watch it, and it was also when it was on, it would come on before Angel on WB, and so I would have Angel on while I was doing something else like reading, or I'd have Smallville on so that I wasn't caught up reading something and forget that Angel was about to start, back before DVR and on demand and all that shit, right? And I would pay attention to every Lex Luthor scene, because those were badass. Michael Rosenbaum did a hell of a job as Lex Luthor. Someone put that dude in a fucking movie as Lex Luthor. Did a great job of voicing the Flash as well. Did a great job. The X-Men had good softball games. Yes, they did. That's a great, the baseball, softball episodes or issues of X-Men, some of my favorites. I love college football more than pro due to the more frequent upsets. NFL, to me, you can pretty much predict who will win. College games are a roll of the dice. You never know who might win every Saturday. Any given Saturday, right? Any given Sunday. I think the same holds true in football as well. The idea that I think one of the reasons why football is so popular in America is because there's less games. And I know baseball gets kind of criticized for having too many games. But I'll tell you this being a 60-game season, I'm excited to have it, but it's not what I want. I want football. I mean, I want baseball to be. Baseball to me is a daily thing. Like, it killed me that the Yankees didn't play this weekend because the Mets had some COVID positives. It kills me because during baseball season, I am accustomed to watching baseball games. If I'm at work, I'll bring my tablet and I'll have it playing. If I'm at home, the game's on. Like I said, I can do it while I'm doing other things like reading or writing or something like that. So baseball to me is like an everyday thing. So, but football, being less games, is easier to invest in. There's less time involved. It's a more exciting sport. I get it. They hit each other. There's hardly ever any dull moments. You kind of got to pay attention. Same thing with basketball and hockey. Baseball's got some things, though, that make it stand apart that I just love. It's a leisurely game. It's one of the only games out there where they're not fighting a clock. Everybody gets the exact same amount of outs. And I just love it. There's something magical about the geometry of it. The idea that hitting a sharp ground ball at a shortstop, that shortstop's going to get that ball at first base right at the same time that the runner's getting to first base. Like, there's something magical to me about that and the rhythm of it and the battle of the pitcher against the batter and the batter fouling things off and trying to get the right pitch and the right swing. And I love that battle. I love the hell out of the rhythm of baseball. Now, that's the game I played the most growing up. I played a little bit of football. I suck at basketball. I suck at hockey. I never tried hockey on ice skates. I can't ice skate to save my life. I tried street hockey, roller hockey, whatever they want to call it, but just wasn't very good at that. I never played soccer, but baseball I played pretty much from being 6 or 7 years old all the way through the beginning of high school. I never joined the high school team. I played high school. I mean, I played baseball in high school, but for what we called the Southern League here in Huntsville at Brom Spring Park. But I didn't play high school football. But I was invested more in band at that time for some reason. I just wanted to get in the football games for free. And they were like, yeah, if you join band, you'll wind up going on crazy trips. And we went to San Antonio and had a good time there, so that was fun. Wednesday mornings are the best, and Saturday mornings, bro, during football season. Oh my God, I can't tell you. I love Saturday morning. Like, I love the feel of football. So I love waking up Saturday morning, turning on ESPN, having game day on. I work on Saturdays. So that kind of sucks sometimes. It really does. But at least when there's a big game, when Alabama or Auburn are playing, like we kind of die down, I'll usually go into the office and work on a box of comics and have the game plan. So that's why I love the night games. But it's an all-day thing. Hearing the band, hearing the cheers, hearing the crowd. And that's something that's going to be missing. But then again, like Georgia said that they're going to have like 25% capacity or something. I don't know what's going on there. Hey, what's up, 90? YouTube is 90, everybody. How you been, homie? Long time no see, man. Good to hear from you. New York needs a Yankees chip right now. Yeah, I agree. We're gonna have to get around this fucking Tampa Bay problem, y'all. We're gonna have to get. It's a fucking Teen Dog Shades night. We're 3 hours in. And I'm just talking about fucking sports. This is awesome. The Yankees are gonna have to get past this Tampa Bay problem, man. We suck against Tampa right now, and it pisses me the fuck off. They should not be that difficult to beat. I can't fucking believe it. Plus, we're still fucking bit with the injury bug. What the fuck? Who are the goddamn physical training people at the goddamn Yankees? What's going on? We have so many people out. God damn. God, it just pisses me off. There's got to be some responsibility to be taken. It's not just like these guys just coincidentally keep getting fucking hurt. There's got to be something going on with strength and conditioning and check. There's got to be something. Jesus, y'all. Judge, LeMahieu, Stanton, Britton now? Come on, man. God damn. Herminio, we do, for the most part, overcome it. And it's nice that we dominate the hell out of the Red Sox right now. But, man, we got to get past this Tampa shit. We're not going to make it if we can't handle that. We're not going to win another championship if we can't make it past Tampa. I thought the Stros were the ones we had to worry about. Now I think it's the Rays. But the Rays will probably get beat by Houston. I'd love to have a Houston Yankees rematch because we don't get to play them this year, you know? So that'd be nice to have a rematch. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, Paxton too. God damn. Cole's working, though. I mean, the cool thing about the Yankees is that next man up mentality. They are just, there's always someone else there that can step up, and they all get hot at different times. Could you imagine what it would be like, though, if we had our full lineup and they were all hot at all at the same time? Bruh, we'd have 20-point fucking games, man. Been reading digitally, almost caught up. We have to talk, bro. Hell yeah, buddy. Taking care of Lil 90 and working as we speak. Well, good luck with that, brother. Me too. We're all working, right? Oh, you talking about the Rays? Oh, yeah. Are you a Rays fan then, Chad? That makes sense, right? Because you're down in that area. Oh, I fucking hate y'all. Like, usually it's either the Red Sox or the Astros that I just fucking despise. But straight up, it's the Rays right now. I can't fucking stand them. I can't stand the Rays. Like Herminio says, though, let's just get healthy. A healthy Yankee team is unstoppable. Wait, are you a Rays fan or usually when you say the Fish, you're talking about the Marlins. You're a Marlins. Yep, there you go. Marlins. That's right. You're further south. You're on the south side. You're near the Bermuda Triangle, man. You ever get nervous going out there? Billy's always got something to say. He says all pro sports are rigged. I don't know how much of what Billy says is real and how much is bullshit. But I like the idea that it's all. It's either or at any given time. Embrace chaos, y'all. Embrace it. Why did I grab my vape juice? It's 3 hours in right now. Haven't even gotten to the top 5. Y'all, are we doing another 4 hours tonight? I wasn't planning on it. I never plan on it. I was like, this is going to be a brisk 2-hour Teen Dog Shades night. And for a while there, I was like, it seems like it's kind of dead in the chat, you know? We lost some people since we started talking about sports, but that's okay. I did enjoy watching the Yankees when I was a kid. I was born in New York. Hell yeah. Howard the Duck or Little Shop of Horrors? Little Shop of Horrors, easily. I'm not a big fan of Howard the Duck, the movie. I know Bob is my fellow Cowboys fan. Everything Comics says, we agree on the Cowboys, homie, but when it comes to baseball, I'm a lifelong Dodgers fan. Pretty much everything else, LA Dodgers, Lakers, Kings, except for football, then it's the Cowboys. That's cool. That makes sense. You grew up in LA, right? Or you lived there for a while? That makes sense. So we can rock on with the Lakers. Are you giving Bueller and Sam shit about Portland right now? About the Trailblazers? Here's the thing. I like the Dodgers. I don't hate the Dodgers, okay? They're not my favorite National League team. That would be the Braves, right? But I like the Dodgers, and I have wanted a Yankees-Dodgers World Series for my entire life. And I feel like the Astros fucked it out of us. But, yeah. And yeah, Mike, I did see Rob Lowe's Houston Asterix hat. I loved it when he was on Joe Rogan. Hell yeah. Dylan's wanting to know, he's like, I'm sure someone asked you, but what'd you think of the Batman trailer? And Tacky says, Dylan, we almost got kicked off YouTube for that Batman trailer. We did. I had the bright idea of playing the trailer. And YouTube's immediately, it popped up right here. You know, when you do your live streams in YouTube Studio, it popped up immediately. It was like, yo, copyrighted material found in your fucking video, bro. Pull that shit down. They stepped at me, man. Oh, but Bob, I would love a Dodgers-Yankees series. And if that was happening, if we get the Dodgers and Yankees, we got to, like, do a, like, watch-along stream for, like, some of the games at least, if not all of them. I don't have a hockey team allegiance right now. I used to be a Rangers fan because I wanted to get into hockey. This was when I was, like, middle school, high school. Wanted to be a Rangers, I guess middle school, because Wayne Gretzky actually played for them during some of those years. But I didn't hold that allegiance, and I just don't stay locked into hockey. I know they're in the playoffs right now. I need to start paying more attention, but I don't know. I just don't. I've been watching more NBA, though. I'm definitely watching the playoffs. I've watched all the Lakers games, and I've watched portions of some of the others. I'm also a Heat fan, so it's cool. I don't know if they won today, so I didn't watch it. Yeah, the thing, Dylan, is like, everybody else can play the fucking trailer. Why not me? Like, I'm even talking. I'm giving commentary. I'm doing, like, it's a trailer. It's promotional material. To me, promotional material needs to be used. Like, I get it. They're afraid that so many people are going to, like, put it up on their YouTube. But that already happens. But I guess maybe they have a deal worked out. I don't fucking know. Yeah, Dodgers started in Brook. That's why we won a Dodgers fucking Yankees. Like, that brings it back to the old school days, man. If anybody is on the fence, not really a baseball fan, watch Ken Burns' baseball. Fucking 100%. Oh, dude, I didn't even think about that, Chad. Yeah, that's my Miami team. It's the Heat. So I never really had an Eastern Conference team that I followed aside from the Bulls during the Michael Jordan era. Who wasn't a Bulls fan during that time? But I was a Lakers fan, Magic Johnson, right? That was what it was for me growing up, right? And pill popping snitch. But anyway, so when Kobe and Shaq had that split, I felt like Kobe kind of stepped over the line. And I decided at that moment I was going to leave the Lakers fandom for a while. And I would follow Shaq over to the Heat. And then when he went over there, I fell in love with Dwayne Wade. And Dwayne Wade became my favorite player, even when everybody was going on about LeBron. Then, of course, they win a championship against the Mavs in dramatic-ass fashion. Or should I say, y'all, let's be honest, Dwayne Wade won a championship against the Dallas Mavericks. I loved that shit. I thought it was so dope, right? And you also had Riley involved, right? So then that Laker fandom kind of moved over there, and I was solely on there, but I was still paying attention. And after a few years into it, I would keep looking back at the Lakers. I was like, okay, I can like both teams now. And then LeBron and Chris Bosh went over to fucking Miami, and what a glorious reign that was for me. But now I'm ready for the Lakers to take the reins back. Yeah, see, I don't have any. I love my local teams too. The Huntsville Havoc is our hockey team, and the Huntsville Stars used to be our baseball team. Now we got the Rocket City Trash Pandas, but this was supposed to be their first year. Minor league baseball was canceled. So they built this big stadium for nothing. Well, they got a fair going on right now, and I love going to the fair, but fuck that. Yeah, let's wipe down the fucking rides after everything, right? No, they ain't doing that. People fucking throwing up, spitting all over the place. I love some fair food, though. I love getting a corn dog, some fucking funnel cake, a sweet, super fucking giant, sweet-ass fucking lemonade, some beer, and then getting on a goddamn spinny ride. There's nothing better. But I don't really have any professional teams. I always grew up a Yankees fan because being a baseball fan, those were the players that I respected. It was Joe DiMaggio, it was Lou Gehrig, it was Mickey Mantle, it was Yogi Berra, it was Babe Ruth, obviously, Whitey Ford, Reggie Jackson, even Billy Martin was the first coach that I ever knew by name. Don Mattingly, when I was growing up, man, like 100%. And so that's why I became a Yankees fan. I was also a Braves fan, though, because that's the team that's closest to us. A lot of people in my area are Braves fans. Grew up an Auburn fan because my stepdad was an Auburn fan. My uncle was an Auburn fan. I just kind of fell in line with that and just loved it. And that was a nice run in the 90s against Alabama because all we cared about at the time was just beating Alabama. Football happened because my stepdad hated the Cowboys and I wanted to root for the Cowboys. And that was the Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith era. Like, come on, man. So that's where all that stuff kind of came from. Lakers was the same thing. It was Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson blew me away. That was the guy I would see on the news, the guy I would watch on the games. And yeah, but my absolute favorite basketball team of all time is the 92 Dream Team. Nothing better than throwing up fresh funnel cake, hot dogs, and beers. I've never thrown up at one of those things, though. But I love doing them. Man, my ex used to get fucked up on those things. Seriously, anything spinny? Nah. Wasn't very fun. But yeah, man, sometimes if you're not careful, it'll wind up like that scene in The Sandlot. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back for segment 4. Holy shit, y'all. We'll be right back. Let's play the Teen Dog Shades intro again. come back and Bob's gone. Have a good night, brother. Nice to see you. Virtually, as it is. All right, let's keep this rolling just a little bit longer. Let's move away from the sports talk. The sports are awesome. Anybody know if the Heat won today? Chad, do you know? Are you still here? I ain't doing 5 hours tonight. I gotta get something to eat. I gotta work in the morning. I just had 3 days off in a row. Oh, I'm not gonna want to wake up in the morning. I'll tell you that. Absolutely. So, I was at the grocery store today. It's a personal story. I was at the grocery store today, and I was walking by the seafood department. Something's like, I just want to get something seafood. But I was like, but I don't want to cook anything. You got scallops at the house. I was like, maybe I can get some shrimp. Because I don't want to cook anything. Even though it's super easy, right? He didn't play today. Okay, cool. But then I still had this craving. And I was like, oh man, you know what? When I was a kid, you know what I used to love? I used to love that like seafood salad. You know what I'm saying? It would be like imitation crab, maybe, or real crab, and fish and shit, like mayonnaise and celery, and like it's kind of like a coleslaw with fish or whatever, right? You know what I'm talking about? Seafood salad, crab salad, whatever. So I was like, man, I used to love that shit when I was a kid. I was the only one in my family that would like it, and so I would get it and I would eat the shit out of it. So I was like, man, I haven't had that shit in decades. So I got some. I got home. I opened it up. I took a bite, and I was like, this is nasty as fuck. I did not like it. I should have just thawed my scallops. Oh. Anyway. I just wanted to share that story with you. Sometimes things you like when you're a kid, you don't like as an adult. Sometimes it's vice versa. Anyone read Batman Secret Files #3 this year? I don't think I heard anyone talk about it. Yes, I did. I did read it, and I did talk about it. Believe it or not, I was there. No, I'm just kidding. That's an inside thing. I covered it on the weekly comic book review, and I told everybody, I was like, they didn't label this as a Joker War tie-in, but it is. It's got a Joker War tie-in story in it. So, we got plenty at our shop. We thought it would hit bigger, but they didn't put Joker War on the cover. If they would have done that, it would have sold better. I used to eat that stuff with those bagel chips. Haven't had it in years. Well, you know, I bought it, and I just took one fucking spoonful out of it. Maybe I'll try it with some crackers or something. That's actually sounds like a good idea. It was just so damn fishy. Maybe I need to get a recipe to make my own fresh, you know? That's what I was worried about, though. I was like, man, I bet this shit's gonna be fucking nasty. Yeah, I covered it on the review when that came out, but, you know, I don't expect everybody to catch every single review and every single comic I cover. Surprised I can keep up with it. We do got some show and tell coming up. Are you looking forward to Bliss #2 and That Texas Blood 3? I'm very much looking forward to That Texas Blood #3. Slightly looking forward to Bliss #2. I trust Sean Lewis, but the first issue didn't really do too much for me. But I'm excited for issue 2 to check out where it's going to go. I'm definitely going to have to reread 1 tomorrow night, though. Are you pumped about FF Antithesis? To a point. It seems like Neil Adams' output nowadays is not quite up to par with his old school stuff. That's to be expected. Though I do believe Mark Waid is writing this one. So I'll check it out. I'm excited to see him, do the Fantastic Four. I got banned from show and tell at school. Oh, I can only imagine why, buddy. But That Texas Blood is something I'm really enjoying. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. All right, it's time for a top 5. I got a good one. Herminio's still here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for my top 5 moon landing conspiracy theories debunked. At number 5, this idea of the shadows on the moon. So some people, the people that don't believe that the moon landing is real. Okay, that's fine. You want to believe whatever you want to believe in, that's fine. I believe in some wild shit. Let's be honest, okay? I believe you can conjure comic book gods into your fucking living room if you really wanted to. So the idea is that the shadows in the pictures should only come from one light source, right? And if they're only coming from one light source, then they're only going to be one direction of shadows. But in some of the pictures, you see multiple ways. Also in this picture, that's Buzz Aldrin. This photo is taken by Neil Armstrong, and he's completely in shadow. So why can't we see him? Things like this. First of all, the surface of the moon is incredibly rough, and it does weird things with the light. Also, remember how bright the reflection of the moon's sunlight is. It is so bright it can light up the night sky. You can see at night because of the moon. That shit is bright. They did a computer model. They put all the information in there. And with the texture of the surface, right, that's going to mess with some of the shadows. With the reflection, not only of the moon itself, but reflection also from the earth. Just like the earth is lit by the moon and the sun, so is the moon lit by earth as well as the sun. Also, this is Neil Armstrong's taking this photo. And there's another photo that's taken that's on the lander on the other side. They had a lot of cameras all over the place on the lander. That's why there's a lot of crazy... There's even some pictures where people are like, who took that picture? It was a fucking camera on the lander, yo. Anyway, the reflection from Neil Armstrong is seen on the other one, and it's incredibly bright. It's almost like overexposed. So that's what's lighting Buzz Aldrin, is it's actually the surface of the moon and Neil Armstrong himself. So this has been debunked by science. The next one is that there's no stars in the sky. No stars in the sky. The idea being that if you're on the moon, you should 100% see the stars. Well, okay, go outside right now or after the stream and look up in the sky and see stars and take a picture of it. And let me know if you see them, because you won't. You won't. You have to have a long exposure speed. Mike is a photographer. He knows this. He gets excellent photos of the stars, but you got to leave that open. You got to leave that shutter open, right? So you got to capture all that light. Plus, with the brightness of everything else, including the Earth, it's not going to happen. Even when Neil Armstrong was interviewed, and they asked him if he could see the stars, he said, well, no, when the sun was out, we could not see the stars whatsoever. So there you go. The idea of the Van Allen belts, the radiation belts that the astronauts would have to pass through. There's two of them, the inner and the outer. Exposure to this amount of radiation over a significant amount of time would definitely affect a human body, even with the shielding that they had on the space capsule, right? However, they really severely underestimate how quickly they went through them. Apparently, they spent 4 hours total in the Van Allen belts, and you would need to spend days there to be negatively affected by it. And they said that as they were on the surface of the moon, they were only out of the lunar module for like an hour or two at a time, and the level of exposure they were getting on the moon with their suits and the amount of time was very negligible and not at all different from exposure that we get here on Earth. But of course, let's give a major shout out to the Van Allen belts and the magnetic field of the Earth for keeping a lot of radiation out of the Earth, because life would be way different. Next up, the flag. The flag waves. And you see it? You see how it's got a ripple in it? And when they're setting it up, it's moving. And people are like, look, there's no air up there. It's a vacuum. Like, it's not really a vacuum. Not 100% totally, completely, right? But, it shouldn't be waving. Well, the moon's not waving. The flag's not waving. And the only reason why the flag is up, and you can even see it there in the picture, is that they've got this strip going across the top of it to make it so that it would stay unfurled, right? Because otherwise it would just drip down. Now, they couldn't quite get it rolled out very smoothly. So if you actually watch the footage, you'll notice that it looks like it's waving, but that's because of the momentum of them trying to get it in the ground and unfurl it. And as soon as they plant that shit down, it stays still, and it's still like that, y'all. The next one is that there's no physical evidence. See that? Those are moon rocks. And many scientists have studied these moon rocks and verified that they come from the moon. We have moon rocks here not brought from the space station. And we have moon rocks that landed on Earth from the moon. A lot of them from in ancient times that weren't brought back by astronauts. But we have some that are brought back by astronauts. They've been studied by so many scientists. And the level of people, so many people would have to keep this quiet. You know what I'm saying? Nobody who worked for NASA comes out and be like, oh, this shit's fake. What a conspiracy. It would take so much. It would actually be easier to go to the moon than to actually have a moon landing conspiracy with that many people. Yeah, I know I'm into it too. But there are whistleblowers on conspiracy theories. There are on legit ones. Like even this UFO shit that we keep talking about. You get what I'm saying? Also, this is satellite imagery of the moon's surface. And guess what it is? It's the lunar module. The camera that was left behind. And other junk. It's all still there. From all the Apollo missions, you can still see them. We literally can see it in the sky. So I think 100% we went to the moon. And I don't believe that there's a conspiracy theory about it like that's super legit, but I know some people believe it. But for me, it's just not the case. But with respect to fellow conspiracy theorists, have at it, have fun. Doesn't affect my life one way or another. But I think it was 100% real. And what's more interesting to me are the experiences that the astronauts had up there on the moon and just out in orbit. Some of the things they see. Stuff like that. That's the stuff I think we should be paying attention to. Not so much did we or didn't we? And if we didn't, do you think Russia would have stopped? I mean, they were on their way down already. But I'm just saying, I think it was real. And those are my top 5 reasons why. There you go. Thank you for paying attention during this Teen Dog Shades themed top 5. All right. How are y'all doing? Mark Waid's Fantastic Four is up and down for me, like the more realistic. I get that. But when you're talking about Fantastic Four, it can't be too realistic. It's got to be a little bit more fantastic, right? I believe you can jump higher on the moon because less tension in the gravity. I believe when you rid your body of excess tension, you gain superpowers. Like Dragon Ball Z, right? Why haven't we been back? And why the people in the mid-'80s blow up when they attempted to go back? We haven't been back for one very simple reason. We beat Russia to the moon. That's it. We beat Russia to the moon. We did it. And so the national fervor and excitement in the more turbulent times that were coming, the Vietnam War's going on, we're experiencing as a nation devastating loss and social inequality and inequity and troubling times in the late 60s, early 70s, right? And so then it became, why are we spending so much money just sending people to the moon? We've already done it. And the public interest wasn't there. Without public interest, a lot of shit doesn't get done. So that's why we stopped going. 100%. We stopped going because America demanded we spend our money in other places. And we had bigger things to worry about at that time. The Vietnam War, the troubling economic times, and 70s were not a good time. NASA wanted to keep going. And then they came up with the shuttle program, and then they kind of abandoned it because it's not very safe. It wasn't at the time. And, God Tank, what's up? He says, because the moon's haunted. That may be too. I mean, what if there's some shit up there, right? Wasn't that movie Apollo 18, right? Or whatever? I don't know anything about a new Punisher run. There's going to be a Barracuda series, I know, but I haven't heard anything about an official new Punisher run. Brooks, they say on the moon there ain't no gravity up there. It means we can get high and never come down. Hell yeah, amen, brother. Brooks, you think we went to the moon? You think it was all bullshit? So cereal update. I've got my first Halloween cereal. That was great. Got Halloween Crunch. I usually save that for Halloween week. Very excited. Got some new ones I haven't tried yet, including cookies and cream Krispies. Though I hear the flavor's kind of weak, but I'm excited to check it out. Haven't tried the tropical Fruit Loops yet, but I did try the caramel Apple Jacks, and they were really freaking good. That's my open box right now. The moon is haunted. Forget about that. See you on the dark side of the moon. Yeah. We got show and tell coming up. Got some stuff. We're going to open up a couple figures. Got some books to show off, and the Dream Team. And then the final 9. So any final questions, get them in right now. Brooks says, you know we went to the moon, bro. Plus, me and Brooks live in an area where the moon landing kind of made our town. So we are indoctrinated early into the moon landing. And loving NASA. I think it's because the Watcher's still up there and keep threatening anyone who will try it. You right? My go-to is Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Peanut Butter Crunch. Those are my 2 favorite cereals. These days, I feel like I like Cinnamon Toast Crunch better. And I'm liking Golden Grams more and more and more. Justin Towns Earl passed a couple hours ago. I don't know the name. Crunchberries is all right. I'm not the biggest Crunchberry fan. I'd rather just have regular Captain Crunch. That's just me, though. They're not bad. I do like them. I wish they'd bring back that blueberry pancake Captain Crunch. That shit was so good. Oh my god, it was so freaking good. Dude, Golden Grams, bruh. If you like Golden Grams, check out the Honey Made S'mores cereal. It's basically Golden Grams with marshmallows and Cocoa Puffs, and it's freaking good. They just had a cinnamon one of the Honey Made cereal brand get released, but I haven't picked it up yet. I saw it at the store, but I didn't pick it up. I had 4 cereals in my hand. I was like, I can't buy a 5th. I was like, I didn't bring a cart. We beat Russia to the moon. They beat us to vodka. Interesting. Cocoa Krispies are good. I haven't had them in a while. I've been usually scratching that itch with Cocoa Pebbles, but I need to get some Cocoa Krispies. The strawberry ones I wasn't a big fan of, but I'm excited to try these cookies and cream ones. Right there. I am excited. So any final questions, get them in right now. Any final topics of discussion? Anything you want to know and get into? Because we're about to start show and tell. What I'm starting to like even better than Cinnamon Toast Crunch is Chocolate Toast Crunch. Bruh. Chocolate Toast Crunch. If you haven't had it, and you like chocolate cereals, bruh, you gotta. I love Frosted Mini Wheats too. I like the different flavors of them as well. I wish they'd bring back Hidden Treasures. And they do have some shredded wheats that have like fruit filling, but I don't usually find them as much. Oh, the Chocolate Toast Crunch is amazing. Oh my god, it's so good. It's got it still has that Cinnamon Toast Crunch flavor, but it's got this very rich cocoa with it, and it's so freaking good. Now we do not have an hour and a half left. I want to eat something. I want to watch Lovecraft Country episode 2. I want to open these toys. All right, get your final topics in right now. Battery's got life. All right, well, the first thing I want to show off here is the glass that I've been sipping on. This glass was given to me this week as a gift. And coincidentally, I had a gift for Strickland as well. But Jay Strick gave me this earlier in the week. Pint glass. Bro, do you even morph? With the Power Ranger on it. Probably the Red Ranger. So Jay Strick, thank you so much. And I also gave him a copy of Phantasm on Blu-ray. And seriously, we both brought gifts to each other on the same day. We didn't know the other person was doing it. It was amazing. It was like a surprise Christmas or birthday. I want to get a pint glass with an alien head on it, like a Pablo. Where's Pablo? He's over there. Oh, Pablo. All right. Speaking of Power Rangers, we're going to open up a Power Rangers figure tonight. Tonight we're opening up Dino Charge Black Koirager. I love this silly ass Sentai series. They dance when they morph. They got this little like dance move they do with a spin. I freaking love it. They have so many Rangers. Like if the Lightning Collection does all like 10 or whatever of them, I would be very impressed. Seriously. But this was a Target exclusive. And I got it a few weeks ago, and we're going to open it up right now. I never watched Dino Charge. But the Sentai it's based on, I absolutely love. And like I said, it's one of the dumber ones at times, but I love it. It's a dinosaur-themed one. The Zords are not my favorite. I have some of them, the American ones. Well, I've got the Megazord. I never got any of the others. I wanted to. I should probably try to seek him out. So here he is. He's got his guns, got his sword, got his little blast. I don't know if that face looks like what the Black Ranger looked like. Let's take him out of there. But these Lightning Collection figures have been stunning. Absolutely stunning. And the ones, the Mighty Morphin ones are cool, but the ones that are not Mighty Morphin, I think I actually like the sculpts better. Some of them have more complex costumes. Kind of like Dino Charge. And the detail on it's pretty freaking good. If I can get it to zoom. Come on. Maybe if I just do cover me up. Come on, camera, recognize it. Nah, it doesn't want to. There's like a loud truck outside. I wonder what that is. Anyway, it looks really good. I'm running out of room on the shelf for these, so I'm very excited to hopefully get the shelving unit in soon for the new set. There will be lots of toys and comic books displayed on that. But yeah, it looks good. The American version of Dino Charge was actually pretty decent. My son loves it, and I caught a few episodes. Still as cheesy as the OG series, but fun. Hell yeah, Fable. I might have to check it out. I haven't watched a Power Ranger series in a while. I guess are they still doing Beast Morphers, which is based on Go Busters, which is one of my favorites. Eric's like, yes, that's fine. We can see. Move on. Don't give a shit about your Power Ranger toy. So I've been showing off real books for the last couple weeks. And they've all been kind of comic themed, but since it's a Teen Dog Shades night, I did want to just show out some books. I got a couple. These are real books. They don't have pictures in them. Well, they have some pictures. Do they? Yeah, some pictures. All right, so if you are interested in the whole idea we were talking about earlier about guarding your mind, learning some tricks, some habits, some techniques, right? Chaos magic, okay? If you ever are interested in something like chaos magic, my hat's all crooked. What the hell is going on up there? These are two books I would recommend. First thing I would recommend picking up is this. It's called Condensed Chaos, An Introduction to Chaos Magic. It's by Phil Hine. Both of the books I'm showing off are going to be by Phil Hine. A forward by Peter Carroll. And if you read his stuff, Phil Hine, and you're really interested, you can move on to the Carroll stuff. Next up is Prime Chaos. This was the follow-up, written by Phil Hine, Adventures in Chaos Magic. And notice, forward by Grant Morrison. Ooh, super interesting. But if you are interested in learning a bit more about chaos magic and what it entails and what exactly it is, I would highly recommend these two books. 100%. Condensed Chaos and Prime Chaos. Two real books from my collection. No, it's fine. It's just you doubt if we can see it. No, Eric, I get it. You don't give a shit about my Power Ranger toys. That's fine. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. Just kidding, bro. I don't give a shit. We're all good, man. Hey, what's up, Mudfoot? How you doing? I just picked up Oblivion Song from 1 through 25. Looking forward to giving it a read. Yeah, I need to get caught up on that too. I reread Venom this weekend. I should have got caught up on Oblivion Song and die. Damn. What's wrong with me? I just really wanted to reread all the Venom stuff. And I wanted to see if Absolute Carnage fit just reading it. And it's amazing. Absolute Carnage is so badass if you just read it. Basically is book 3 of Venom. So what I did was I did book 1, and then I read The Venom Unleashed, which is all the Web of Venom stuff put together. And then I did The Abyss Volume 2. Then I did the Absolute Carnage series. Then I did Venom Volume 3, which is the Absolute Carnage tie-ins. But I actually read the first issue of that before I read Absolute Carnage, because the first issue in there takes place right before. And I knew that. And I actually tried to stagger the Web of Venom stuff to kind of align with where it was supposed to be. And then I just read Venom Island and then the last 2 issues, and fucking super pumped. Super pumped. I think Virus is one of the members of the jury. Just me. Have you ever heard of Scott Cunningham? I've been told his books and methods are really good. Oh, is that the guy who did Understanding Comics? Or is that McLeod? Yeah, that's McLeod. I don't know who Scott Cunningham is then. I know Scott McLeod, he did Understanding Comics. If you're interested in the craft of it, that's an essential book. I'll show some of those books off in maybe next week. All right, we got another unboxing we're doing. We're doing something vintage. 90s is a long time ago now. I got this recently. It's been in package long enough. It's time for me to open it. Hydro Armor Iron Man. Sometimes you just don't want to open them because they look so nice on card. And you just want to get another one and then open that one, right? But carded figures take up more room. I had this when I was younger. This was part of the Marvel Action Hour stuff. And it was a great Iron Man line. And they're really cool figures. But when I had this one initially, one of the arms never moved. It was just like super fucking solid. So hopefully this one, the arm moves. But we're going to open it up right now. No! Some people hate vintage toys being opened up. But shit, I already opened up the War Machine and the Mandarin, so why wouldn't I open up Hydro Armor Iron Man? The cool thing about these figures is that there's the figure right there. And he's got this shiny metal armor you can put on him. And this is Hydro Armor. So he's like underwater shit, you know? Let's put these on there. First of all, let's see if this arm moves. Oh, both arms move. Holy shit. Y'all, I'll be honest, yellow is not my favorite color at all. But the yellow on this is really cool. Pretty freaking dope. There we go. But let's put the armor on. Can barely see with these shades. There we go. Ah! This may be a little bit boring. But if you're here over 3.5 hours, I mean, more power to you. Man, I love these Iron Man figures. I still have a Hulkbuster armor I haven't opened, but I do plan on opening it. You gotta be careful popping these things in when it's been so long. You don't want to break the pegs. It's a little bit of a tight fit sometimes, as Michael would say. That's what she said. Yeah, that one don't want to go in. There we go. Something in the way. His name is Hellboy. I'll just sing while I'm doing it, right? I thought I'd sing more tonight. Kind of tone down the singing. Don't you want to join us in the singing? All right. They all had cool weapons, too, when they would fire the missiles and whatnot. They all cool weapons. All right. So we got the armor on now. Looks pretty freaking dope. He's got this, which can attach right here. I don't know if it's meant to attach to both, but anyway, the cool thing about these is you can put them anywhere. Well, you can't put it on the shoulder. Well, you can put them on the hands. But it's got missiles and it will launch out spring-loaded. A typical kind of shit. But what's really cool, I'm pretty sure it's designed to get to both. But I'm just not making it happen right now, kind of like that. But he's got this little translucent helmet, you know. You got to have the helmet if you're going underwater. Something underwater. It's a little cloudy, but whatever. So there's Hydro Armor Iron Man. Pretty dope. And it looks really good with that metallic armor pasted on it, right? These Iron Man figures are the best. That's pretty freaking cool. And the last thing to show off, and I'm not opening it up tonight, but this is going to be opened up. It literally is already opened. But here's my dream team. Got it in this week. 92 Dream Team starting lineups. I always wanted this. My cousins had it, but I didn't. Now I got it. The box is all warped and wobbly. Has already been opened, as you can see. Got this one on eBay. Decent price. Very excited to have that opened up soon and displayed. The box is nice. It's going to be a shame to open it, but the box is just not in good condition. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what's the point of it, right? Just saying. It's all right. The box is nice, though. I mean, it looks really nice in the box. The cool thing is I can take them out, display them if I want, and then put them back in the box, tie them back into their little things. But you got them all right there. I mean, you got Michael, you got David Robinson, you got Charles, you got Scottie Pippen, you got Bird, you got MJ, Magic Johnson, you got Ewing, you got Malone, you got Chris Mullin, and you got John Stockton. I love the hell out of this. I guess I got to get an Isaiah Thomas starting lineup now to put next to it, looking all sad. Why'd you not pick me, guys? Yeah, I'm so happy to have that dream team. I've always wanted it, never owned it. Now I do. I was reminded about how much I wanted it, and it's something that pops up in my head every so often, right? But after watching The Last Dance, it was right back in my mind, and I went and prices had doubled on eBay. I was like, well, I'm going to wait till that hype dies down, and then I decided to go ahead and do it. I probably shouldn't have gotten that. It's a vintage thing I've always wanted, but I got a ton of Power Rangers to get, and vintage He-Man still, and Punisher vans, and studios to build, but whatever. God Tank is a great place to follow on IG. Oh yeah, and my vaporizer fell down. It's on the other end. Isaiah was the Iverson of the 80s. Fair. 4 beers on eBay. It may have been maybe it was like a 4 beers, and then I'm getting on eBay. Got to stay away from eBay if you've been drinking. Yeah, David Robinson's in there, man. Hell yeah, of course. I love David Robinson. Spurs, hell yeah, bro. Spurs were good back in those days. I like David Robinson a lot. A lot of people in the church liked him, for sure. And that's show and tell. Now we got the final 9 to get to. So once again, we're going through the Marvel cards. Where are the next ones? Where's the next 9? Did they fucking fall? I don't know where these final 9 cards are. What'd I do with them? There they are. All right, final 9 cards. So Marvel Universe Series 1, yet again. Now that the villains are through, we're going to go through the rookies, which is really always fun to do. This is from 1990, so these are the new characters, right? They're getting their very first trading cards. And then we start the early bits of famous battles, Fantastic Four centric. So here we go. Ghost Rider, rookie. Danny Ketch, Ghost Rider, hell yeah. Then we've got Deathlock, the 90 version. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Then we got, Guardians of the Galaxy, the 90s ones. You guys remember them? Look at that. Look at Yondu. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. And one of my personal favorites, should have gotten Mark Bagley to sign this, the New Warriors. Yes, yes, yes. New Warriors. Next up, Nomad. Former Bucky, but not as cool as Winter Soldier, but still cool. Character went a little bit. And look, Full Killer, brand new. He's going to be a big deal. Y'all just wait and see. And then we start the greatest battles, famous battles. We have Hulk versus Thing. I love these cards. These were cards that made me want to go and buy up comics. You know what I'm saying? Like I was like, I got to get some Hulk versus Thing. I got to check that one out. Fantastic Four versus Galactus. Look at that. I like how they start with the big dogs, the Fantastic Four. Fantastic Four versus Doctor Doom. Look at that. And that's the final 9. We'll be continuing our look at the Marvel Universe Series 1 trading cards in the first 6 and final 9 next week. Fable says rookie cards were my favorite. Mudfoot says, I got a Mr. T lunchbox that way. Beer and, yeah, drinking 4 beers and get on eBay, you got a Mr. T lunchbox. I think that's a worthy buy. Like, I don't regret the fact that I have the Dream Team right now. You know, I don't regret it. This is something I've always wanted that's done. It's like off the list. There you go. I'd like to get one in a more pristine package. But we got to back off of that. Just enjoy the toys you have. Enjoy the toys you have and the toys you're buying. You see, I'm running out of space for these Power Rangers, so they're starting to like spill over now out of the main shelves right there. They're just loaded up there. Loaded up. This is a great collection, though, the Lightning collection. I love it. All right, y'all, we are dipping out. Thank you so much for checking out the show tonight. Once again, if you want to support the channel, you can do so at patreon.com/PCP, like these fine people right here. You can follow us on Facebook, on Instagram, and if you're on Facebook, you might as well join the PCP Army. Brand new poll about to hit. Horror Fest edition. Let's fuck up Jonathan Strickland. Very excited about that. You can follow me on Twitter at Rockin Robbie. I only check it once a day, if that, so, but I'm there. I'm there. Just not spending too much time there. Having a lot of fun. We're on Instagram. We're on all that stuff. We're having a great time. So thank you guys so much for another fantastic Rockin Robbie Live. This has been a Teen Dog Shades night, and we are out. Thanks for rocking with us. Y'all have a good one. thing on? Are we live? Hey, yeah. Well, everybody, I've got to get something off my chest. If I don't think that I can get some rest. If you like a comic book, you should buy it. And if you think you might like a comic book, you should try it. One time, I tried a comic book. It was created by Mike Mignola. And now I read it eternally. Hey. His name is Hellboy. What's up, everybody? How are you doing? Welcome to the post-credits after hours. Oh, lordy me. No, I'm not going to get any of the new Masters of the Universe figures because right now I'm focusing on the vintage collection. So I'm definitely going to aim to expand out. So all those different words popped in my head. I'm going to be expanding the vintage collection. So I'm not going to focus on the origins. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. But Brooks and Jelani are both getting them. And so that I get to kind of live through it and experience it that way. But I am focused on the vintage Masters of the Universe right now. I plan on getting that as near complete as possible. 100%. And there's some really pricey figures. I want a Scare Glow. Like a motherfucker, y'all. Like a motherfucker, man. So what's up? How y'all doing? Still got 30 people here? That's cool. 30-ish, something like that. And see, we used to only have like 7 people that would wait through those things. I think it's catching on that we're never done. Sometimes you never know when we're done. Like, is it really done? I don't know. But yeah, focusing more on vintage right there. But I gotta cut out some of the modern. What do I cut? Do I just give up on the Transformer shit? I mean, I'm not trying to collect the whole line. I'm just trying to get the pieces that I like. Maybe I should just get the vintage pieces I like. I don't know. I gotta cut something modern. And I'm not doing the Lightning collection, but it seems like that's my modern focus. But there are some nice Marvel Legends that come out. And I want to pick and choose between Marvel Legends and some of the Transformers, but it's getting to be a little too much sometimes. And I'd much rather... I get fulfillment out of getting this stuff, but I get, like, y'all... This thing, getting this, was way more fulfilling to me than getting the latest exclusive Power Ranger or Sandstorm, you know? All that stuff, man. All right, let me tell you guys, I'm so damn happy for Horror Fest. Horror Fest starts September 11th. I've got the schedule. Let me give you, if it's in front of me, which it should be because I sent it in messages, so if it's not written down here, I can find it. Yeah, because it's in another notebook. God, I got like 8 notebooks right now running around. One of them's got my 5-year Blade plan. It does. It does. All right. Did you see the new Tenet trailer? That was good. Let me look at the messages. I know I sent one to Dylan, so let me check that. I'm going to let you guys know what the schedule is for Horror Fest. Sound good? And the movies that are on the next poll, God, I don't know if I can remember off the top of my head. We didn't want to go too crazy and just swear Strickland away from doing movie reviews with us, but we wanted to blow his mind and let him watch something that went a bit more further than what he's accustomed to. And he's seen all he's seen a lot of stuff. He's seen like the Nightmare on Elm Street. He's seen a lot of horror films, but like some of these, like 100%, I think will really fuck them up. So it's going to be like, see, Reanimator, the original Last House on the Left. What else is there? Dead Alive. Yeah, that one will fuck them up so much. I hope Dead Alive wins. I really do. I can't remember what the other two are, but there's something. That poll will go up. As soon as we're done here, I'll put it up. All right, here's the PCP Horror Fest schedule for 2020. Friday, September 11th, The Lost Boys. Hell yeah. The next Friday, the 18th, September 18th. It's the winner of the first PCP Fan Poll Horror Fest winner. It's Cabin in the Woods has won. That's what we're going to be doing for that movie night. The next Friday, these are all on Fridays. There's one on Thursday on the week of Halloween because we're going hard the week of Halloween. And I may even add another. So anyway, see, Friday, September 25th, Near Dark. Some Bill Paxton in there. Friday, October 3rd. We're kicking off October with a brand new franchise review. We're doing George A. Romero's Dead franchise. We're going to be talking about Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, Land of the Dead, Diary of the Dead, and Survival of the Dead. So there you go. Then the following week, we're going to be doing the winner of the Let's F Up J-Strick poll. So who knows what that's going to be. Friday, October 16th is going to be Phantasm. All 5 films reviewed. Another franchise review night. I'm really excited to see or to hear Strickland's take on the Phantasm franchise. Friday, October 23rd, The Wolfman from 1941. Then Thursday, October 29th, will be the winner of the PCP Army movie poll, Stephen King edition. And then Friday, October 30th, the day before Halloween, we will be talking about Halloween from 2018, which I have not seen yet. We also have Mummy Mondays. Mummy Mondays start September 21st. It's a Monday night. Every Monday night, I will be watching a Mummy movie and commentating on it live. So the idea is that you can watch along with me, or you can watch along with me at a later date. But that's the plan. It starts September 21st with the original Mummy with Boris Karloff. The next week will be The Mummy's Hand, The Mummy's Ghost, The Mummy's Curse, The Mummy's Tomb, whatever the order of those are. There's 5 of them, and then we're going to wrap up with Abbott and Costello Meet the Mummy. So lots of fun stuff. Mike's been working on some images for it, some promotional material, and I'm very, very excited. But that is the official Horror Fest schedule. So there you go. And the next poll is about to be moments away. Y'all, we appreciate it. We just hit 4 hours. You know how we do it around here. Another fantastic 4-hour live stream. We talked about a lot of fun stuff. Had a great Teen Dog Shades night. We are dipping out. Y'all have a good one. I am Rockin Robbie Bills. Thanks for rocking with us. Keep on reading. Everything's so much brighter when I take the shades off. What the hell's up with that? Dylan, they're literally pinned to the top of the PCP Army Facebook page. You got to go to the PCP Army Facebook page. It will be pinned to the very top as an announcement. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Herminio, we'll hit 5 one day. All right, we're really dipping out this time. Y'all have a good one. I'm gonna go eat some mashed potatoes. Weird stretch.